hurt her. Angela couldn't help but feel terrified and was afraid to leave the house. Finally, June 17th arrived, and Angela and Ian arrived at the court alongside a huge group of friends and family members who were there to support them. When Michelle walked in with her lawyer, she was met with boos and hisses from all of these supporters, and then once court was called to session, Angela and Ian outlined what had been happening over the last couple of weeks, and they showed the judge the stack of all these emails. The judge reviewed the documents and then turned to Michelle and asked her what she had to say for herself. And she would say, "I didn't send those emails. I don't know what's going on. I didn't do this." But the judge wasn't buying it, especially given the fact that Ian had previously filed for a restraining order against Michelle for threatening emails. And so this time, the judge did grant the restraining order, prohibiting Michelle from having any further contact with Ian or Angela. Angela and Ian were thrilled, and when they walked out of the courtroom, they felt confident that this nightmare was finally behind them. But within hours of getting home, Angela started receiving more emails, and immediately they contacted the Anaheim police to report that Michelle was already violating her restraining order. But since the emails they were receiving now were not signed by Michelle, there was no way for the police to prove that Michelle was in fact violating her restraining order. And so for several days, the ferocious, threatening, biblical emails continued, and there was seemingly nothing Ian or Angela could do to stop it. Then, as if it wasn't stressful enough, Angela received an email from an account she had not seen before, inquiring about her rape fantasy request on Craigslist. Angela did not understand what this person was talking about, but eventually, when she went online and investigated, she discovered there was an entire marketplace of people posting ads on Craigslist seeking partners to take part in a rape fantasy. And someone had clearly been pretending to be Angela and was going into these places on Craigslist and responding to all of these ads saying that she, Angela, was interested. And then she would leave them her address and what she looked like and what her daily habits were like. And according to some of these men that were reaching out now to Angela, apparently whoever was doing this was indicating that Angela didn't just want to be a part of some basic rape fantasy. She wanted to be attacked out in public, and she was encouraging these men to follow her and stalk her and then attack her and rape her. And even if she tried to say stop, don't. Angela knew Michelle had to be behind this, but again, there was just no evidence tying these rape fantasy responses to Michelle because she wasn't signing her name to them. And so despite how absolutely horrifying it was to learn this was going on, there was nothing the police could do to stop it. For Angela, this was a nightmare. The stress and the fear of this situation was just so much that she basically just hid in her condo all day long. But on June 24th, so 1 week after the court appearance and just a couple of days after first learning about this rape fantasy ad, Angela had to leave the condo to go out and run a few errands. And so she gathered up her things and she called Ian, who was at work, to let him know that she was heading out in case anything happened to her. And then she left her condo. She went downstairs to the large parking garage underneath their development where residents could park their cars. She hopped in her car and she drove up the ramp out onto the street and then went about her day, running her different errands, and it was totally uneventful. At some point when she was done, she made her way back to the condo complex. She went down the ramp into the underground parking garage. She found her way back to her assigned parking spot. She parked. She got out of her vehicle. She shut the door and she began walking from her car to the door on the far side of the garage that would lead to the stairwell back up to her actual condo. But when she got maybe 30 feet away from this door, she heard movement coming from behind her. She turned around and she saw there was this man who she didn't recognize who was walking very quickly toward her, and because she was already completely on edge, given all these threats she's been receiving, threats of bodily harm, threats of rape, she immediately screamed and started running towards this door that would take her to the stairwell. But before she could open the door and get inside, this man had lunged and grabbed her around the neck, and he was trying to pull her to the ground, and he was trying to pull her clothes off, and Angela began punching and kicking and screaming and biting, doing anything she could, and eventually she was able to fight this person off of her, and he quickly turned and ran away. And then Angela quickly picked up her stuff. She ran into the door, ran upstairs, got into her condo, and as soon as her door had shut and locked behind her, she picked up her phone and she dialed 911. And she was so hysterical that when she talked to the dispatcher, they couldn't understand what was happening, but eventually she was able to tell them what had happened and to please come out here and help her. And then a little while later, when the police showed up, they found Angela still totally hysterical in her condo. Her shirt had been ripped in half, and she had red spots all around her neck from where
You're still awake. You're always awake.
Overall, she was okay. The police would search the building, but there was no sign of her attacker. However, Angela would tell police that she was fairly confident she understood what had just happened. She explained what was going on with her and her husband's ex, Michelle, and how despite this restraining order against her, she was clearly signing Angela up for these rape fantasies on Craigslist. And so, most likely, this man who had attacked Angela down in the garage was only there because of this rape fantasy ad. The police took down her statement, and then that night, they would go to Michelle's residence, and they would show her a search warrant that authorized them to search all of her devices, her phone, her laptop, all of them. And when Michelle turned them over and gave up all of her passwords, the police were able to find enough evidence that she was behind the harassment of Angela and Ian.
Just sleep in the morning.
On the spot. Angela and Ian were
what time in the morning?
And that night, while Michelle was in jail, the threatening emails completely stopped. However, the following day, Michelle posted bail, and within hours of her being free again, Jason Ray and Lilith Truth began bombarding Angela's inbox again. Angela was so distraught, she went to the doctor for a checkup, worried that her stress would negatively affect her pregnancy. And to her horror, the doctor would tell her that she had actually lost the twins. She had miscarried. And if that wasn't horrible enough, the doctor also discovered that her cervical cancer, which had been in remission, was now back. While Angela and Ian grieved the loss of their unborn children and wondered what they would do about Angela's cancer, the horrible emails continued. And men kept showing up at their front door, asking to come inside for violent sex with Angela. Finally, on July 13th, so roughly 2 weeks since Angela was attacked in the parking garage, Angela looked out of her window and she saw there was this young man kind of lurking on the side of their condo complex, and he appeared to be hiding. Worried this guy was going to ambush her as soon as she walked outside, she called the police. The police showed up and they spoke to the young man, who would confirm he was there because he was responding to a rape fantasy ad. He said the woman inside, Angela, had told him to come here and have his way with her.
6 a.m. and then you sleep, and then you wake up in the afternoon, and then you become available everywhere again.
You need to go arrest Michelle and keep her behind bars. And sure enough, the next day, Michelle was arrested again. But this time, her bail was set for $1 million, making it impossible for her to make bond. Angela and Ian finally were able to breathe a sigh of relief, although they didn't know exactly what she would be charged with or what the legal outcomes would be. For the time being, so long as Michelle was in jail, they knew they were safe. Except Michelle was completely innocent. Yes, she did send that first fire and brimstone biblical email the year before in September, the one that led to Ian filing that first restraining order request that was denied. But after that, she had lawyered up and not had any contact with Ian or his new wife. In fact, the first time Michelle had ever even laid eyes.
Sometimes I'm not available in the night, but I always see you around everywhere. Just sometimes. I guess I don't see you when you're not available, huh?
By surprise.
Or at least I didn't notice.
On with her life at that point and was dating other people and focusing on school. So when she was asked to come in and defend herself in court, she barely knew what to say. It didn't make any sense. And then when Michelle was arrested for the second time and couldn't make bail and so had to just sit in jail till her court date, her family hired a lawyer to investigate and figure out who was actually behind the harassment, because it wasn't Michelle. And what their lawyer would discover was truly shocking. Every horrible threatening email that was sent to Angela's inbox was sent by Angela. The rape fantasy ads on Craigslist, Angela. The supposed attempted rape attack on Angela in her parking garage, that was completely made up. It never happened. She made those marks on her neck. She ripped her clothes off. It had all been an elaborate setup by Angela and by Ian. They had been in on this together. At the time they launched this frame job of Michelle, They were only a few weeks away from that 6-month deadline that Ian had to either sell the condo and split the profits with Michelle or take over the whole mortgage. Apparently, Ian and Angela believed their plan would result in Michelle losing her claim to the condo, and their legal agreement around the condo would become null and void, thereby saving Ian from being forced to sell the condo or having to potentially pay a higher price for it. The pair were so convinced this plan was going to work that Angela even lied about being pregnant. It was all a ruse to make it seem like Michelle's harassment had led Angela to lose her pregnancy. She was also lying about having cancer. Michelle's lawyer quickly uncovered lots of these holes in Ian and Angela's plan, and finally, after Michelle had sat in prison for 89 days after that second time she was arrested, she was released. On Tuesday, October 17th, 2017, Angela Diaz pleaded guilty to 10 felony and 22 misdemeanor charges, including kidnapping, false imprisonment, and falsely reporting a crime to a peace officer. She was sentenced to 5 years in state prison. Ian Diaz was not charged with any crimes at the time and continued in his job as a U.S. Marshal. But 2 years later, on December 20th, 2019, Michelle filed a civil rights lawsuit against Ian, alleging that he was in fact the mastermind of the plot that resulted in her wrongful imprisonment. She also brought charges against the Anaheim Police Department for their failure to properly follow up on evidence they discovered early in the investigation that showed the threatening emails Michelle was accused of sending, in fact, originated from the Diaz household. On Friday, May 3rd, 2021, the Anaheim police announced they had reached an undisclosed cash settlement with Michelle, and then a little over a week later, on May 13th, Ian Diaz was arrested and charged the following day with 1 count of conspiracy to commit cyberstalking, 1 count of cyberstalking, and 1 count of perjury for his false testimony in a deposition in connection with a federal civil lawsuit. If convicted, Ian faces a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison on each of the counts. His case is still pending. Since her public exoneration back in 2017, Michelle has gone on to finish her MBA, she has left California, and she found a great job in marketing with a beauty company. Thank you for listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast. If you got something out of today's episode,
why am I streaming at this hour? Because I'm only free at this hour today.
Intricate tattoo that they were on the fence about getting, and then once they follow through and get it, shrug your shoulders and tell them, meh, I don't like it very much. Also, please subscribe to the Mr.
My family are asleep.
Today's story is about a
So I'm free.
specific type of criminal that is often portrayed
Kinda.
in horror movies, but who rarely
Free.
exists in real life. However, as
And I was
rare as they
drawing, and I was like,
they
why not?
do
Why not
actually
just stream?
exist. And when they decide to wreak havoc, there's often very little anyone can do to stop them. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So if that's of interest to you, please ask to borrow the 5-star review button's phone to make a quick call, but instead log on to their Facebook and change their relationship status from married to it's complicated. Also, please subscribe to the Mr. Ballin podcast wherever you listen to podcasts so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
Literally same. What are you up to?
At around 9:30 p.m. on Christmas Eve 1992, 18-year-old Danita Gillette finished up her shift at Rally's, a fast food hamburger restaurant in her hometown of Dayton, Ohio. She hung up her apron, she said goodbye to her coworkers, and then she stepped outside into the freezing 19-degree night air. Danita had not driven a car to work that day, so she pulled her plaid flannel jacket tightly around her to keep warm, and then she began to briskly walk in the direction of her mother's house, which was only a couple of miles away.
I'm trying to design some characters for future personal projects. You know.
That were very close and who always
So-
looked out for each other. When Danita had gotten pregnant when she was only 15 years old,
I don't really know what I'm doing.
parents and 7 siblings, all of whom were older than her, that she'd likely have to
I usually don't know what I'm doing. Wait, my mouth isn't opening a lot.
But her
Yes,
family's
okay.
reaction was nonsense. We'll help you raise this baby so you can stay in school and get a good job and still have a great life. And sure enough, from the moment Danita gave birth to her daughter, her entire family stepped up and made themselves available to provide childcare anytime she needed them to. Fast forward a couple of years back to that Christmas Eve night in 1992, and since Danita had to work that shift at rallies, her daughter, who was 2 years old, had been spending the night with her family at her mother's house. And so as Danita walked, she suddenly had this urge to call her family and just check in to make sure her daughter was okay, and also just to give them a heads up that she would be there in the next 30 minutes or so. So at around 10 p.m., she stopped at a payphone on the side of the road that was only about a half mile from the rally's restaurant. She fished some coins out of her pocket, she put them into the slot on the phone, and then she dialed her mother's phone number. As the phone rang, Danita likely was thinking about how much fun it was going to be to see everyone that night. She also likely was looking forward to eating some of her mother's famous chili and cornbread that she always made around this time of the year. At Danita's mother's house, her whole family was sitting around in the living room chatting and having a nice time, just waiting for Danita to arrive. At 10 p.m., when the phone rang in the house, immediately everyone in Danita's family assumed it had
she
to be
went
Danita
from kind of a maid to something else. I don't know what she is anymore.
When the phone was ringing, one of Danita's siblings, Rhonda, she jumped up and she excitedly ran into the kitchen and she pulled the phone off the receiver and she said, "Hello?" expecting to hear her sister's very happy voice on the other end of the line. But instead, she heard silence. Rhonda said, "Hello?" a few more times, but when she was still met with silence, she shrugged and put the receiver back into its cradle, and then she walked back into the living room and she told her family that no, it was not Danita, it must have been a wrong number. Danita's family would stay up for a little while longer waiting for Danita, but she never showed up, and they never actually spoke to her on the phone. Eventually, the family was so tired they decided to just go to bed for the night. They figured Danita must have gotten hung up at work, which was prone to happen, and so they would just have to wait until the next morning to celebrate the holidays with her. Around the time Danita stepped outside of the Rally's restaurant and began making her walk to her mother's house, Dayton, Ohio homicide detective Doyle Burke was finishing Christmas Eve dinner at his grandmother's house in the suburbs with his wife and their 2 young children. Like the Galettes, the Burkes also liked to get together with family on Christmas Eve at Grandma's. But much as Detective Burke enjoyed the holidays, he'd been a homicide cop long enough to know that just about every week, at least one person got murdered in Dayton. And so chances were good at some point over the next couple of days, he'd be called into work. And sure enough, that Christmas Eve night, after they were done eating, his pager went off, and he looked at the incoming code and it said, "Call work immediately." When he looked up from his pager, he noticed his wife was staring at him.
Maple, you're awake, Maple.
When Detective Burke stepped away to call into work, he was told there had been a shooting on Neal Avenue. The victim had been found near a payphone located about a half mile away from the Rally's restaurant. Detective Burke said goodbye to his family.
Hello.
And he headed over to
later extreme or like early morning.
He saw a ring of police cars and medical personnel.
You're right. It's like 4:30 a.m.
Burke parked his car.
Can't sleep. Well,
pushed past the
not
ring of people
kind of.
the victim on the
Kind of.
sidewalk
It's
right
part of it.
underneath the payphone.
Can't sleep is
A
part
young
of it.
woman lying in a pool of her own frozen blood. It was Danita Galette. She had been shot 5 times at point-blank range, bullets striking her in the chest, the legs, and the hands. The pattern of wounds on her body suggested she'd tried to shield herself from the bullets, holding up her hands and turning her head away and crouching back like she was trying not to get hit. After she was lying on the ground, either dying or dead, whoever had attacked her ripped her plaid coat off, they took her sneakers off, and they took her backpack that contained only 50 cents.
I don't know what I want her to be.
Her body were 25 caliber
I went from thinking like a maid to
that type of ammunition
to
was distinctive. It was generally only
this,
used for target
and now I
shooting,
feel like she's more of a monster girl.
However, obviously, it was still lethal at close
Hmm.
range. Witnesses in the area said they had heard the shots ring out and then saw 2 young men carrying pistols running away from the payphone.
I already have a vampire
After Danita's
design.
family had decided to just go to bed and see Danita in the morning, they heard a knock on the front door. It was Detective Burke telling them that their Danita had been murdered. They were beyond devastated. They couldn't understand why anyone would ever want to harm Danita. She was such a happy person who everyone seemed to love. They just couldn't understand who would do this. When Burke told the family that Danita had been killed near a payphone, and according to witnesses, her murder likely
I try to draw, but this is usually how my drawing goes. I draw a few strokes, and then I think about what to draw next for like more than 5 minutes. Most of the times, brain empty. Brain empty. No thoughts, brain empty.
After leaving the Galette's household and filing his report on Danita's murder, Detective Burke arrived back at his home just hours before dawn on December 25th. After catching a quick nap, he spent that morning with his family celebrating Christmas, but his heart wasn't in it. He had been investigating homicides for years, and so over time he had become somewhat desensitized to all of the violence. However, that morning, he just kept thinking of Danita Galette's grief-stricken family when he had told them the news. He also kept thinking about Danita herself, how scared she must have been when she was crouched down trying to shield herself from her attacker. Her family had shown Burke a picture of Danita when she was alive, and she looked like such a vibrant, happy young woman with this big, infectious smile. It just didn't make any sense that someone would kill her over some shoes and a jacket and a backpack with 50 cents in it. Was this actually a personal attack where they knew who Danita was and they were targeting her, and then afterwards they kind of set it up to look like a robbery? Or was this really a robbery? In which case, again, why are you killing someone over things that are worth so little? Burke kept finding himself thinking in circles about her case. He felt like there had to be more to this than met the eye.
A chinchilla.
Right. That night,
this is an old one.
On Christmas Day,
Human
page went off again. There had been
demon.
a murder.
Vampire.
This one had taken place in the northern part of Dayton, roughly 2.5 miles from where Danita had been found. The victim was 19-year-old Richmond Maddox. He was found slumped in the driver's seat of a blue Chevy Caprice that had crashed into a tree on the side of the road. But the crash hadn't killed him. What had killed him was a gunshot wound to the right side of his head, fired from point-blank range. And they searched the car. There was no weapon inside of the car, so this was not a suicide. And they checked the exterior of the car, and there was no entry point into the car from a bullet, which means the gun that shot him had been fired from inside the car. Likely, whoever was sitting in the passenger seat or in the back seat had shot this guy in the head. And considering the car had crashed into a tree, indicates that whoever did this, whoever pulled the trigger, had done it while Richmond was actively driving the car. And so in Burke's mind, this indicated that the person who did this had been forced to do this, because it's extremely dangerous to shoot the driver of the vehicle when the car is still moving, because you're going to crash.
What?
And so this person who shot Richmond must have been desperate. Maybe they had been kidnapped.
Is you up? No. I'm actually sleeping right now. It's all part of your dream.
Like most logical theory. When police spoke to witnesses in the area,
hello, how do I pronounce your name? Syun.
And they saw what looked like a short young woman, probably a teenager, get up from the
I'm hallucinating again.
And start running away with a limp.
Syun?
Even though no shell casings were found in or around Richmond's car,
Syun or Syun?
Link his murder to Danita's
without the name sound.
Burke still had a hunch that these two murders had to be connected. They had occurred less than 24
the second one, Syun, okay.
And the bodies were found less than a couple miles apart. And in Burke's experience working on homicide, coincidences rarely occurred. Things happen for a reason. And in Burke's mind, he's thinking, these murders are connected. I just got to figure out what the connection is. But Detective Burke's investigation into Richmond Maddox's death only seemed to further complicate things. Richmond's family, who were stunned at the news of
this model,
had no idea who would want to kill him.
The model I'm currently using, I don't know, everyone pronounces it different. It's okay, same here. When you have unique username, everybody pronounces it different.
They described as being very sweet and polite. But when
cute,
went to
made by Shiba.
On the morning of December 26th,
Shiba.
Laura, he was in for a shock. Laura had apparently not been home in several days.
Customizable Live2D witch model, yes.
That their daughter's ex-boyfriend had been killed, they feared the worst, that something terrible had also happened to Laura. But before Detective Burke could even begin to process this new information, that now, in addition to 2 strange murders, he also now had a missing juvenile, who very well could be the key to solving what was happening, unbelievably, while he's thinking about all these different things, Burke felt his pager vibrate again. There had been another shooting, this time inside of a mini-market convenience store that was only 3.5 miles south of where Richmond Maddox had been found. This time, there were 2 victims. Both were still alive, but they were in critical condition. 38-year-old Sarah Abraham was a classic American success story. After immigrating to the United States from war-torn Ethiopia, she and her family worked hard and established businesses.
I want to design more things, but this is why I am so bad and slow at designing. It takes me forever to think of anything. I can't decide.
On the day
what do I want her to be?
Detective Burke was speaking to Laura Taylor's family. Sarah Abraham said goodbye to her 3 young children and then headed out the door to go open the convenience store for the day. Once she arrived and she opened the store and went inside, a 71-year-old regular named Jimmy Thompson came in and he stood by the register to chat with her about the holidays. And then at some point, a middle-aged man named Jones Pettis came inside as well, and he began browsing down one of the aisles. A few minutes later, a teenage girl came up to the register and tried to buy a pack of gum, but she was 5 cents short. Jimmy cheerfully reached into his pocket and gave her a nickel. She smiled, took the nickel, put it on the counter, and then she took the gum and walked out of the store. Then, a few minutes after the girl had left, 2 young men entered the store, each holding a pistol. Sarah and Jimmy immediately threw their hands up over their head, and Sarah told the gunman, take anything you want, we'll give you all the money we have, please just don't shoot us. One of the men barked at her to open the cash register and give them all of her money. And so with shaking hands, Sarah reached down and she opened the register, she pulled all the money out, she gave it to them, and then she kept her hands up. She had given them everything they had wanted. But for some reason, the man who had taken the money from her still raised his pistol up,
teleported to my
put
bed.
it right in her face, and he fired 2
It's
shots.
time to close
One
the
went
stream
straight
and
through
go
her
to
mouth,
sleep.
And the other went through the top of her head. And then, after she collapsed to the ground,
Should
the men
just
began
keep her
shooting at
as-
Jimmy, but amazingly, they missed him despite being right in front of him. And Jimmy, who was thinking on his feet, immediately threw himself kind of over the counter and acted like he had been mortally wounded. And so the gunmen, believing Jimmy was down as well, they turned around and they began walking out of the store. But as they were leaving, they noticed Jones Pettis, who was trying to hide at the end of one of the aisles. And so they just fired at him, striking him in the hand and in the stomach. Then the 2 gunmen left, they hopped in a car, and they fled. Paramedics would rush Sarah Abraham and Jones Pettis to the hospital. Jones would survive, but Sarah would die from her injuries 5 days later. When Detective Burke arrived at the convenience store that morning, the other officers who were already on scene told him that Jimmy and Jones had not gotten a good look at the shooters. They just said that they were 2 young
I lost
men
all
and
my
they didn't
Tetris
recognize
game.
them. After
Tetris?
being told this
Tetris?
information, Burke stepped
You lost
inside the
Tetris?
convenience store to have a look around. He was already operating on the idea that this attack had to be linked to Richmond Maddox and
Yes.
to Danita Galette, because again,
It's okay,
the
Maple, I don't
proximity
understand how
and time
Tetris
to
work.
the other murders was just too much to overlook.
Tetris,
Couldn't be
Tetris,
coincidence.
Tetris.
And sure enough, right
Why
as
you make
Burke
fun?
stepped
Why
into
you
the
make fun of
store,
Maple,
this
huh?
hunch of his seemed to be confirmed, because on the blood-stained ground near the counter were several 25 caliber aluminum shell casings, the same distinctive ammunition type that was used in Danita's murder. At this point, Burke was fully convinced these murders had to be linked. But the victims didn't make sense. It would turn out none of the victims' families had ever heard of the other victims or their families. None of the victims worked together or went to school together or had any interaction at all. It just seemed like the victims were kind of random. But as Burke and his partners were discussing how these crimes could be linked, Burke got yet another call. There had just been an attempted shooting at a Dayton gas station. When Burke arrived, they found this hysterical woman
those
named
shootings.
Catherine Henderson, who earlier had been putting air in the tires of her black 1989 Dodge Shadow. When 2 young men pull into the parking
Do I want
lot,
Twin
they
Tails
hop
to
out
be
of the
dead?
car and they walk right
No.
up to her. They raise their guns at her, and then one of them says, "You're gonna die today." And then the 2 men just started shooting at her. And amazingly, she managed to not get shot and she was able to run to safety, but the 2 men stole her car. The bullet casings that were found at the scene of this crime were, unsurprisingly, the same distinctive aluminum variety. Clearly, whoever was behind all of these shootings was not showing any signs of slowing down. And so by now, these shootings in Dayton had attracted so much attention that it was not only all over the local media, but it was all over the national media. This was all anybody in the country was talking about, that there was just these rogue people running around Dayton shooting random people, and the police apparently couldn't stop them. And so panic was spreading like a wave amongst Dayton residents and surrounding areas. It didn't seem to matter who you were or what you were doing. Suddenly, everyone felt like they could be next. On the evening of
I make fun of the homies.
Shortly after Kathy Henderson's carjacking was reported,
At least it isn't a break through the window.
Was in his patrol car cruising the northwest neighborhood of Dayton when an
a break through the window in game or real life.
Dispatcher said to be on the lookout for
you have to be very clear about that.
Dodge Shadow that Kathy Henderson had stolen, and that if they found it, be advised because the occupants were likely the same people perpetrating all of these shootings all over town, and so they were
real life.
Dangerous. Huber
Dangerous.
had developed a knack for finding stolen cars in Dayton. He knew where all the little cutouts were and back alleys were where people like to stash their stolen cars, and so he decided he would just go looking for the Dodge Shadow. And after only being on the hunt for about 20 minutes, he looked down a dark, quiet street just a mile away from where Danita had been killed, and he saw a black Dodge Shadow parked on the side of the road. When he drove up behind it, he saw it was empty, so he called the police station and asked them to run the license plates. And when they called him back, they told him that the plates did not belong to a black Dodge Shadow. They belonged to a blue Pontiac Grand Am, and that the Grand Am was registered to a 34-year-old man named Joseph.
My year digger 9000 is missing.
And thought maybe he had
year digger 9000.
But then he noticed, parked a little ways down the road ahead of the Dodge Shadow, was a blue Pontiac Grand Am. And so on a hunch, Huber drove forward and he took down the Grand Am's license plates and he called back into the police station and he asked them to run those, and they would come back and they would say, well, it turns out the plates on the Grand Am are the plates that should be on Kathy Henderson's Dodge Shadow. Meaning, clearly, in an effort to cover their trail, the suspects had switched the license plates between these two cars. And so, naturally, Sergeant Huber picked up his radio and he asked if Joseph Wilkerson had reported his car as stolen. And after a few moments, the radio crackled back from headquarters that no, Joseph Wilkerson had not reported this car stolen. So Huber immediately became very suspicious of this Joseph Wilkerson person and told headquarters they should really send someone over to Joseph's property.
You should really send someone over.
Either one of the shooters or was involved in some way with all of these shootings. Huber said he would stay put on this road and he would stake out these two vehicles and wait to see if anyone came back to claim them. Detective Burke and his team were the ones dispatched to go check out the Wilkerson property. It was a small single-floor white house that was located only about 2.5 miles from where Danita had been killed. Burke opened the front gate that surrounded the property and he walked along the pathway up onto the front porch and he knocked on the front door, but there was no answer. Burke called out that, hey, it's police, you gotta open up, but there was silence in the house. Burke left the porch and walked around to the back of the house and knocked on the back door, but still no one came to the door. However, as Burke and his team stood around,
bada bing, bada boom. What?
All started to smell.
Bring me a cat in my room.
Putrid smell that was definitely
a cat, or do you want a Ted?
They didn't know what the smell was, but given the circumstances and frankly the urgency to figure out who is behind all these shootings, they decided this smell constituted potential foul play, and so they kicked in the back door and they made entry into the house. Immediately, the smell picked up tenfold. It smelled absolutely horrible inside this house. And just from a quick glance around
that was
inside,
pretty
it was very
good.
obvious this house had been ransacked. Somebody had robbed this house. All the drawers and cabinets have been opened. There was trash and clothing and random pieces of electronics all over the ground.
Ted would be best by getting that tomorrow. Nice.
They're yelling out, "Police, if you're here, show yourself. We're coming in." But no one showed themselves. It was all silent in the house. And so the police began
I need to contact my HR tomorrow because I couldn't submit leaves again, and I need to submit leaves for yesterday and today. What is cast spell? You redeem it and you see what happened.
And they look into this room and they can see what is causing the smell. There on the bed in this room was 34-year-old Joseph Wilkerson. His wrists and his ankles had been tied to the 4 posters of the bed with electrical wire,
it didn't
putting
work.
him in a spread
Okay, I can do
on
it.
his back. He had no clothes
There
on.
you go.
He had a pillow
That's what
over
cast
the
a
chest
spell
of his
is.
head, and on the outside, on the top of the pillow, were
You redeemed it and nothing happened? Oh.
Someone had clearly pressed a gun into that
Spell
pillow
not working.
and then fired 2 shots through it
Wait.
into his chest and his head.
Where the
look
bot?
of his body and the smell,
This is not it.
Wilkerson had likely been dead for
BTS
at
react.
least several days. Also on the ground was another aluminum shell casing, meaning
I use it
this
for you
murder
again.
was
Here you go.
connected to all the others. But the police still had no clue who their attackers were. Who were these mysterious 2 young men? Who was this young
Let's
girl
try
who
it
jumped
again.
out of that car? Was that Laura Taylor? Was that the ex-girlfriend? Was she kidnapped? They didn't know.
Well, it's
None of it
working
made
now.
any sense. Who were the victims? They don't know each other. Why are they being chosen? What is the connection? And so because the police were kind of at a dead end and they really didn't know where to take this case, they set up a tip line that night for people in Dayton and outside of Dayton to call in with any information about any of these shooting victims. And over the first couple of hours that this tip line was established, the callers that were calling in were providing nothing of value. But
Providing nothing of value.
26th, a call came through from an 18-year-old named Nicholas Woodson. And based on the tone of his voice, it was obvious he was genuinely scared for his life. He told police that he thought he was going to be the next Dayton murder victim. When police asked him why, he said, "Because I know who the killers are. There's 4 of them, and I think they're planning to kill me next to keep me from talking to you." While the police spoke with Nicholas, Sergeant Huber was still hiding out in his patrol car, watching the Dodge Shadow and the Pontiac Grand Am from a distance. He was kind of hidden behind some trees, and at some point, he saw movement in an apartment building situated just opposite where these 2 vehicles were parked. 3 young people walked out of the building. They walked down the front steps out onto the road, and as they crossed over the road towards the 2 vehicles, they were illuminated by the streetlight, and Huber could clearly see there were 2 young men and a small young woman. One of the men climbed into the driver's seat of the Dodge Shadow, while the other 2 climbed into the passenger and back seat of the Shadow. As the driver turned the Shadow on and pulled away from the curb, Huber radioed into headquarters that the vehicle was on the move and he needed backup right away, and then he too pulled away from the curb and began following them. After just 2 blocks, the Shadow stopped, and at that moment, Sergeant Huber sped up behind them with his lights on, and immediately the passenger door of the Shadow flew open and one of the 2 men took off running, but the other man and the woman stayed in the vehicle. Huber's backup had not arrived yet, so he couldn't worry about the runner. Instead, he stepped out of his car and stood behind his open car door to kind of use it as a shield, and he aimed his pistol at the driver and he yelled for them not to move. Inside the Dodge, the interior light was now on, and it showed the man was still sitting in the driver's seat, not really doing anything, and the young woman who was in the car, who was in the back seat, she was becoming hysterical, and she was screaming at the driver to shoot him now, shoot him now. But the driver
Shoot him now.
And then moments later, backup arrived, and they were able to pull the man and the woman out of the Dodge without a fight, and they arrested them both. They were 19-year-old Marvalis Keene, and the young woman was none other than 16-year-old Laura Taylor, the ex-girlfriend of Richmond Maddox, whose family had reported her missing. The police searched the nearby buildings for the man who had run, and they quickly found him. He had gone back inside the apartment building that Sergeant Huber had originally seen the trio come out of before they got into the Dodge Shadow. The runner was 17-year-old DeMarcus Smith, and with him in the building he was attempting to hide inside of was 20-year-old Heather Matthews, and she was actively trying to hide DeMarcus. And so both of them were arrested as well. When all 4 of them were brought back to the station, the police noticed that Marvalis was wearing Danita's flannel jacket, and DeMarcus was wearing Danita's sneakers. Additionally, while these 4 were being processed at the police station, a call came in from a team of police investigators who were searching the Dodge Shadow, and they would say that they recovered 2 guns, a .32 caliber Derringer pistol and a .25 caliber pistol that contained the same distinctive aluminum ammunition that was used in almost all of the murders. The police had just caught their
I've
killer.
been scrolling through Insta and I don't see the cats. Where are the cats? That means you don't follow enough cat Instagrammers.
Taylor, who they thought would be the easiest to get information from because she was 16, so she was the youngest, and she was considered to be very kind and thoughtful. But Laura would remain silent for the entire long
Considered to be very kind and thoughtful.
She wanted to take a break to go use the restroom. She just stood up and urinated directly onto the floor and then sat back down again in silence. But Laura was the only one who acted tough. The other three talked, and before long, the police heard the whole awful story of what they had done.
What the hell?
It all started back on the night of December 24th, Christmas Eve. Laura
the
and
selfie
Marvalis were sitting around together talking about how they needed money.
Dark country. A cat, eh? There's a cat.
Rob a guy she knew.
Found one. An otter. Oh, that's the cat right there, see?
And I know he has a car,
Greatest
so we
cat.
can take all of that. The other two liked the idea, and so Laura called Joseph and asked him
I've been bamboozled. How could you not recognize a cat? You're a cat.
The trio walked over to Joseph's house.
How could you?
And then the two girls and Joseph walked back into that back bedroom while Marvalis sat on the couch in the living room. In the bedroom, Joseph laid on the bed, took his clothes off, and Heather and Laura pretended to start taking their clothes off when suddenly Marvalis, as planned, came bursting into the room with his pistol held out in front of him. He aimed it at Joseph and told him not to move, and then he ordered Heather and Laura to tie Joseph's hands and ankles to the four posters of the bed. Joseph immediately begins to beg for his life and tells them they can take anything they want in the house. Anything in this house, it's yours, just please don't shoot me. Marvalis instructed the girls to go search his house for valuables. And so while Marvalis is standing there with the gun aimed at Joseph, perhaps in an attempt to kind of bargain his way out of this, says to Marvalis, hey, you know, I have a really amazing
I just had to scroll past the otter and there was a cat. Nice.
I have hidden in the garage. If you want it, I can tell you where it is. And so Marvalis was totally interested, and he said, yeah, tell me where it is. And so Joseph explained where it was.
I don't know what to do.
So Marvalis left the room, he went into the garage, and he would eventually find this little gun, this .32 caliber gun. And then when Marvalis walked back into the bedroom with Joseph, he promptly walked over to Joseph, grabbed a pillow, he put it over Joseph's chest. Joseph is just looking up at him, wondering what he's doing. And then Marvalis took this new gun, this .32 caliber Derringer, and he pushed it into the pillow, so it was aiming straight down at Joseph's body. Joseph pleaded with him not to shoot him,
sandwich. There's no bread at home.
Fired a shot through the pillow into Joseph's chest. Joseph began screaming, and then he made this guttural sound, and his whole body began to shake. And so the other two girls, they heard the sound of the shot, so they came running back into the bedroom. And when they saw what was happening, they just stood there. And then Laura looked over at Marvalis and said, hey, can I shoot him too? And Marvalis says, sure. And he hands her the .32 caliber Derringer, the one they had taken from the garage. And Laura takes the gun. She walks over to the still shaking Wilkerson. She repositions the pillow on his face. She pushes the Derringer into the pillow, aiming right at Joseph's face. And then she pulls the trigger, but it doesn't fire. And so frustrated, she turns away from Wilkerson, who's still making all sorts of noise. He's still shaking. And she walks over to Marvalis and says, let me use your gun. And so Marvalis pulls out a .25 caliber gun. It was his gun. It was the gun that used aluminum shell casing rounds. And he hands it to Laura. And so Laura hands him the Derringer. She takes the .25 caliber. And then she walks right next to Joseph again. She grabs the pillow and makes sure it's flush to his face. She puts the .25 caliber gun up against the pillow, aiming it right at Joseph's face, and then she pulls the trigger. This time the gun would fire, and as soon as it did, Joseph's body stopped shaking and he went limp. As the trio stood there staring at Joseph Wilkerson's lifeless body, they all realized something. Killing was actually quite fun.
What?
The trio left the bedroom and began eating Wilkerson's food and watching his TV. And
killing is quite fun. Wow, they have
talking about how amazing
no guilt.
the killing experience had just been. Eventually, though, their killing high had worn off, and they realized that Wilkerson did not have any cash in the house, and really, he didn't have nice stuff in his house, so they couldn't really even sell very much of it for very much money. And so they decided they needed to go rob somebody else to get the money they needed. But first, they recruited another friend of theirs, DeMarcus Smith, to come over and join them. When DeMarcus arrived, he, along with Laura and Marvalis, left Wilkerson's house, leaving Heather behind to watch over the place. The trio walked away from the house towards town, keeping an eye out for anyone who was out alone and could potentially be an easy target to mug. And eventually, around 10 p.m., they spotted a young woman they didn't know standing near a payphone. It was Danita, and she was fishing coins out of her pocket to put into the phone. By the time Danita had finished dialing the number of her mother's house, she heard the sound of Marvalis and DeMarcus come running up behind her, and when she turned around, she saw they had guns pointing at her, so she dropped the phone. Then the two men demanded she give them her shoes, which she instantly did, but then, simply because he thought it would be fun, Marvalis still just started shooting her. So he shot Danita 4 times, and then DeMarcus, who had not been a part of the Wilkerson killing, just immediately joined in. He shot her a 5th time. After she was laying on the ground,
I think there are 3 feelings you feel if you killed someone. That is fun, you're scared, you feel nothing. I am Maple. I don't know about that, Maple. I don't know about that.
Rhonda picked up that phone call around 10 p.m. and was met with silence. That really had been her sister Danita calling, but Danita had died literally seconds before the line had connected. Even though, once again, their robbery target did not yield them very much in terms of monetary value, the friends felt like this second murder was still a really good thing. It was a turning point for them. They felt invincible. Killing was the best high that any of them had ever experienced. So in some ways, it didn't matter that they weren't making any money out of these robberies. It was the killing part they liked. To celebrate their murders, the 4 friends threw a party that night at Wilkerson's house. So Wilkerson's dead body is just literally decomposing in the bedroom. They just shut the door during this party. One of the people who showed up to this party was Jeffrey Wright, one of Heather's former boyfriends. And at some point in the night, Heather and Jeffrey got into this huge argument, and Jeffrey grabbed Heather by the hair and started dragging her into a back room. And so, drawn by the commotion of this, Marvalis burst into the room after them and chased Jeffrey, who leapt out of a window. Marvalis jumped out of the window after him and then began shooting at him, hitting Jeffrey 4 times in the legs as he ran away. Miraculously, Jeffrey would make it to a hospital and he would survive, though he would not go to police and tell them what happened. Seeing Heather's ex-boyfriend get shot excited Laura, and she decided she wanted to shoot her ex-boyfriend too. So the next day, on Christmas, Laura called up Richmond Maddox
I wanna shoot my ex-boyfriend too.
Had sex with her at a nearby motel. When he said yes, she told him he would have to pay for the motel, so bring cash. Richmond agreed, and when he arrived at the designated meeting place that day, Laura climbed into the front passenger seat next to him, knowing full well she was going to kill him and steal the money out of his wallet first chance she got. But after they took off, Richmond
hey there, Delilah, what's it like in New York City? I have no idea what that's referencing to.
Sensing this was a setup, Richmond hit the gas, and without any hesitation, Laura pulled out the .32 caliber Derringer pistol they had stolen from Wilkerson. She placed it against Richmond's right temple and she fired. Then she threw herself out of the moving car right before it crashed.
She threw herself out.
Marvalis and DeMarcus would swing by and pick her up a little ways down the road, and then the trio would head back to their base of operations, the Wilkerson house. At this point, the foursome had killed 3 people and nearly killed a 4th. But while they were very pleased with this, they still hadn't managed to take anything of real value from any of their victims, and realistically,
why were they robbing people in the first place?
They did need cash. They had no money. So the next morning on
because they're broke,
6th,
okay.
Laura, Marvalis, DeMarcus, and Heather decided they would rob a convenience store. So they pulled up in front of Sarah Abraham's store.
You know what would be nice if they robbed a convenience store? What? I don't understand.
Laura went in to scope the place out. After going inside and counting how many people were in there, although she counted wrong, she walked up to the
She
counter
counted wrong, yeah, you know what?
She was a nickel short. However, 71-year-old Jimmy Thompson gave her the nickel she needed, and so she bought the gum, she smiled, and she made her way out. When she walked back outside, she hopped into the car, and she told DeMarcus and Marvalis that it was just 2 people inside, the cashier and the man who had given her a nickel. She had not seen Jones Pettis, who was at the end of one of the aisles. So DeMarcus and Marvalis go inside the shop, and they hold Sarah and Jimmy at gunpoint, and after getting all the cash out of the cash register, which was only $40, the urge to kill became too much for Marvalis to control. And so he raised his gun, aimed it at Sarah, and he shot her in the face. DeMarcus would attempt to shoot Jimmy, but he would miss. And then the pair
used the bomb alarm. You have an alarm at 5 a.m. You have to wake up at 5 a.m. But you're still awake.
They shot at him anyways. After Heather drove them
shot at him anyways.
They stopped at a gas station for reasons we don't really know. At which point, DeMarcus and Marvalis, they see this woman, Kathy Henderson, who's just completely minding her own business. She's putting air in her Dodge Shadow's tires, and they decide they're going to kill her too. So they hop out of the car, they walk over to her, and Marvalis literally says to her,
I'm gonna kill her too.
Today. And then he raises his gun and he begins shooting at her, as does DeMarcus. But amazingly, they miss her, and so she gets away. She does not get shot. And then they just steal her car. Even though by now the foursome had left behind an astounding amount of evidence that 100% was going to get them caught eventually. Despite that, their only fear at this time was that two of their friends, 18-year-old Marvin Washington and 16-year-old Wendy Cottrill, might snitch and turn them in. Marvin and Wendy had been present at that big party at the Wilkerson's house and had overheard the foursome talking about the murders, and the foursome knew they had overheard. But strangely, Wendy and Marvin were not the only people at that party who had overheard them. 18-year-old Nicholas Woodson was also at this party, and he overheard, and they knew he overheard. But for some reason, the foursome had identified Marvin and Wendy as the most likely to snitch. And so Marvalis confronted the pair about this, and he told them they would have to come along for the next murder to prove their loyalty and trustworthiness. And Wendy and Marvin agreed. And so that night, on December 26th, Marvalis and DeMarcus drove Marvin and Wendy out to the edge of town to this gravel pit. And when they got there and parked the car, Wendy and Marvin realized they were the next murder victims. They pleaded with Marvalis to let them go, that they wouldn't say anything. They promised.
That one guy is lucky.
He wasn't having it.
Hydrate, I shall.
Out of the car, and
my water is on the floor though.
And DeMarcus told Marvin to get on his knees, which he did. And then DeMarcus shot him in the back of the head, execution style. And so Wendy has seen this happen, so she knows she's next. And she begins screaming and begging for her life, and she grabs onto the inside of the car so as not to get pulled out. But DeMarcus comes back over to the car, he grabs her and starts pulling on her, and then Marvalis as well comes around and he grabs onto her too. And between the two of them, they're able to pull Wendy out of the car, at which point Marvalis told her to open her mouth. And eventually she would, and Marvalis put the pistol, the 25 caliber pistol, into her mouth, and he told her to bite the barrel. And then when she was biting the barrel, he pulled the trigger. The killers left the bodies where they fell and just hopped back in their car and headed back into town. Nicholas Woodson
shouldn't have gone to that party, huh?
And Wendy had just been killed for snitching. And so he's thinking to himself, I overheard them talking about the murders. What's stopping Marvalis and DeMarcus from killing me next? I know about the murders, and they know that. And so that was the point at which Nicholas would call the tip line, and he would say, I know who the killers are. It's these four people.
I see.
And literally, practically at the exact same time that Nicholas was giving this tip, Sergeant Huber had spotted Marvalis and DeMarcus and Laura getting into the Dodge Shadow, which would lead to their arrest as well as Heather Matthews' arrest. After going to trial a year later, Laura Taylor, Heather Matthews, and DeMarcus Smith would all receive life sentences. As for Marvalis Keene, who was effectively the ringleader of the foursome, he would be sentenced to death. His execution was carried out on July 21st, 2009. He died by lethal injection. Thank you for listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast.
Thank you
if you
for
got
listening.
Out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please ask to borrow the... In the spring of 1995, something strange was spotted on the floor of a Tokyo subway car. At first, no one really paid much attention to it other than to just be annoyed someone had littered. But eventually, this object would change. And as it did, people around it began to change too. And before long, it was absolute pandemonium inside of the subway. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please take a picture of the 5-star review button's lawn ornaments and then post that picture along with their street address on Craigslist with the caption "free." Also, please subscribe to the Mr. Ballin podcast wherever you get your podcasts so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. It was Monday, March 20th, 1995, and Japan's capital city of Tokyo was waking up to a truly beautiful early spring day. By the end of the month, the city's famous cherry blossom trees would be in bloom, attracting thousands of visitors and residents to the cherry blossom festivals that would pop up in half a dozen places throughout what is the largest urban center in the world. But on that particular morning, many of those who worked in Tokyo, like 26-year-old airline employee Kyoka Izumi, were not happy when they heard their alarms going off. The day before had been Sunday, so a day off, and the next day, Tuesday, was also a day off because it was the national holiday celebrating the spring equinox. But that day, Monday, was just a regular workday. And so when Kyoka rolled out of her bed at 6:15 a.m., she felt super annoyed that her employer hadn't just given them the day off to make it a long weekend. To make matters worse, as soon as Kyoka actually got out of bed, she immediately felt sick. Nothing major,
Stranger Things?
She just felt groggy and a little out of it. And
What
she
Stranger
briefly thought
Things?
about calling out of work, and considering how uninspired she already felt about working that day, the option sounded like a pretty good one. But ultimately, she decided to suck it up and head in with the rest of her coworkers. After all, Kyoka did like her job. She found working for the airline industry was far more exciting than her previous job was, which had been working for one of Japan's major train companies, Japan Railway. And she figured getting up and moving around might actually make her feel better. So instead of going back to sleep, Kyoka headed for the shower, then she got dressed and downed her usual quick cup of coffee, then she headed out the door and began speed walking to the closest subway station. Once she got there, she would catch the first of 3 trains that would take her from her home in northwest Tokyo to her office in the southeastern part of Japan's capital. As Kyoka walked, the last of the light purple plum blossoms that always bloomed at the end of February reminded her again of tomorrow's spring holiday. Her spirits lifting, she glanced at the time, and despite getting a slower than usual start that morning, she'd left the house at about 7:50 a.m., she still was on track to get to her office right before the day began at 8:30. A few minutes later, Kyoka got to the entrance of the local train station. She was lucky because the timing of her daily commute meant that she always missed the absolute height of Tokyo's morning rush hour, where the subways would get so crowded with people, subway attendants in uniforms and caps literally pushed people and their bags into the train cars just so the doors could close. But even at its most
Safe and
crowded,
hydrate,
the
I
Tokyo
will.
subway carried more than twice
Thank
as
you.
many riders as the New York City subway, Tokyo actually has one of the safest, most efficient subway systems in the world. Walk into a Tokyo subway at any hour of the day, and you will not see people sleeping on benches or warming up on top of heating grates. You won't see trash, you won't see graffiti. It will be pristine. The same subway attendants who push people onto the trains also spend a large amount of their time patrolling the subway to pick up trash and make sure everything is always spotless. Kyoka turned off the sidewalk and headed down the stairs into the less than crowded subway station below. She swiped her train pass and then stepped through the turnstile out onto the train platform. A few minutes later, the first train she would take arrived, and she stepped on board and she grabbed a seat near the doors. The doors shut a few moments later, and off the train went, rumbling into the dark tunnel ahead. 5 stops later, Kyoka stepped off of that train and walked across to the other side of the station platform, where she stood idly waiting to catch the next train. A few minutes later, that train would arrive. It was train A725K, and it pulled into the station right in front of her. This train would take her all the way to Government Center, which is right in the center of Tokyo, and is one of the busiest train stations in all of Japan. When the doors of train A725K opened, Kyoka stepped aboard and once again felt lucky she was missing rush hour, because the train, it was crowded, but not so crowded that pushers would be required to get everyone on board. Most of the seats were taken, but Kyoka could see a clearing towards the front of the car where she'd be able to stand. And so as she began walking in that direction, She nodded to a few familiar faces, but didn't have any conversations with anyone. Tokyo subway etiquette included never littering, not making any commotion, and not talking too loudly, or really at all. And this morning, that suited Kyoka just fine. She really did not feel like talking anyway. When she reached the clearing in the front of the car, she grabbed onto a handrail above her head, and she watched as the doors closed, and then she felt the train begin to lurch forward. When Kyoka left that morning, she had hoped her morning commute would wake her up and make her feel better, but as she stood there on this second train, A725K, she couldn't help but notice that she actually was starting to feel worse. As this train slowly rumbled on in the darkness, Kyoka closed her eyes and took a deep breath in to try to reduce the nausea that was starting to come on. But as her lungs filled, she suddenly felt this excruciating pain in her chest. It was so blindingly painful and so sudden that she instinctively let go of the handrail and grabbed at her chest with both of her hands, almost causing her to fall over, given the fact that the train was moving. She breathed out forcibly and then gagged as if the air she had just inhaled was the source of the pain, but even with her lungs now empty, her chest still ached. But just as quickly as the pain had started, it stopped. And when it did, she fumbled again for the handrail above her head, and once she had a firm grasp on it and she was steady on her feet, she told herself that, that pain had probably just been connected to stress, as her grandfather had passed away recently, and she was very upset about that, and so she was thinking, okay, that could be why. Or maybe it was connected to her just not feeling very good that morning to begin with. Maybe this is just her being sick. But after she was able to kind of talk herself down and convince herself that this was not a big deal, something else registered to her, which was she had just grabbed at her chest and started gagging, and very obviously it just kind of made this scene. People are going to be staring at her and wondering now if she's okay. And so Kyoka starts to feel super embarrassed as she's still kind of looking down, and she's imagining that when she looks up, there's going to be all these commuters staring at her, waiting to see, is she okay or not? And so Kyoka, eventually, she does look up, and she's anticipating kind of like waving to people and kind of signaling that she was okay now. But when she looked up, she was kind of surprised at what she saw, because when she looked around into the train car, no one was looking at her. And the reason was everyone in the train, everyone was coughing. No one was paying attention to her. All they were doing was trying to cover their mouths as they all coughed. So everyone's got their jackets over their faces and
hello,
elbows
Syun.
up over their mouths. And Kyoko's just kind of looking around, wondering what the heck is going on. And then
I don't know where you're from. I was gonna say you're up late, but I don't know where you're from.
And as Kyoka tried to shield her own mouth, she noticed the people around her had gone from a somewhat mild cough to a violent one. Some people were coughing so aggressively they could not catch their breath, and you could see panic on their faces as they don't know what to do. They're not able to breathe. But despite this totally insane coughing phenomenon that was taking place on board this train car,
he's from Dusty and Quest. Yeah, I know he's from Dusty and Quest.
And as
from Brazil? Nice.
They too began to cough. By the time the train pulled into Government Center, Kyoka's stop, virtually everyone was now violently coughing and keeled over. People had given up trying to shield their mouths at this point. It was just too out of control. And by now, basically everyone had decided they were just going to get off the train, whether Government Center was their stop or not. And so there was a throng of people that were kind of pressed up against the doors, waiting for the doors to open. And so when the train finally did come to a full stop and the doors opened up, a wave of coughing commuters rushed out onto the station platform, the sound of their hacking and gagging filling the air. And so Kyoka, she was towards the back of this group of people leaving the train.
Wow, design's difficult.
Right as she's about to go out of the train doors, she glances down the length of the train car she is in, and she sees some of the passengers are pointing at something on the ground while yelling.
I'm bad with like female designs, but I'm even worse with male designs. I always give them the most basic things ever.
Fresh air so badly, she was not about to stay on the train to figure out what it is. And so Kyoka, she gets off of the train, and as soon as she does, even though she is still coughing, as is everybody else around her, her mind is entirely focused on hustling over to the stairs that will bring her downstairs to the final train platform where she will catch the final
It's 5 a.m. Yes, it's 5 a.m.
Because at this point, even though she has no idea
it is indeed 5
a.m. Kyoka is only viewing this coughing fit as a nuisance, not as an emergency. But as Kyoka moved towards these stairs, She suddenly felt extremely nauseous, and she rushed into a nearby women's bathroom in case she needed to throw up. Once she was inside, she resisted the urge to vomit.
5 a.m. lag.
Water on her face, and then after kind of composing herself, she headed back out onto the station platform, and still her mind is focused on just getting to work.
This was the vampire.
But she'd only
I didn't like this one. None was not good. Oh, you.
And then a voice came over the subway intercom telling everyone to evacuate.
It's a simple design, but I thought it looked pretty good.
Previously, Kyoka had been educated about this particular alarm that she was hearing. She was told it was never used for anything other than true emergencies. So she knew whatever was going on had to be bad. Right around the time that Kyoka was getting ready to leave for her daily commute to work, 48-year-old Ikuyo Hayashi was also getting ready for work. Hayashi was part of Japan's highly educated and financially successful super elite. He was a gifted and well-respected surgeon who was known for being extremely devoted to his patients. On that particular Monday, like Kyoka, Dr. Hayashi had gotten up early. But shortly after starting his typical morning routine, he noticed he was sweating a little bit and his heart rate was elevated. For a second, he felt concerned, but he chalked it up to stress and kept getting ready. Just before 7:30 a.m., he headed to the front door. Before stepping into the cold morning air, he patted his coat pockets to make sure he had everything. Then, despite the clear forecast for the rest of the day, he grabbed an umbrella leaning up against the front door, and then he stepped outside and made his way to the curb where a car was waiting for him. Dr. Hayashi climbed into the back seat, and then after exchanging hellos...
Keep in mind the small, big, and medium shapes and the design went out well. I have no idea what shapes you're talking about.
...would catch train A725K. But along the
I've
way,
said that I never remember to do it. It's okay.
Dr. Hayashi and Nimi got out of the car inside. Hayashi put the odds and ends that he needed on the counter.
At least you tried. I don't know.
On the counter as well. After Dr. Hayashi had paid for it all, the two men left the store together. They got back into the car, and by 7:48 a.m., Dr. Hayashi was stepping aboard the same compartment of train A725K as Kyoka. After dropping off the doctor,
I have very limited design skills. I don't know. I don't understand everything. It's okay.
3 stops further down the line. As soon as he stepped
Who needs to understand everything anyways?
Dr. Hayashi
just watch
the mask he was wearing over his nose and mouth. The mask was a fixture on the Tokyo subway, especially in the cold and flu season when passengers wore them to prevent the spread of germs in the crowded subway compartments. He moved over to an empty seat, and before sitting down, he patted his coat pockets again to make sure he had all of his things. And then as he sat down, he saw sitting across from him was a woman and appeared to be her young daughter sitting next to her. The woman was looking down, avoiding eye contact, but the young girl was looking up with a smile on her face. She was just too young to realize staring was rude. The doctor smiled back at her, but then quickly looked away. A few seconds later, the doors of the train closed, and the car began rumbling down the tracks. 3 stops later, Dr. Hayashi stood up, but before he got off, he paused for a moment in front of his seat. As he stood there, he noticed the girl was staring at him again. He looked at her, but only for a second. Then, after patting his coat pockets for a 3rd time, he quickly strode out of the train car and onto the station platform. He moved quickly to a nearby trash can.
Are these ideas for Halloween? No, not really. They're just random design ideas that I plan to do for my personal project, which is... My personal project is basically to make pre-sale Live2D models. So that's what I'm doing. Not that I've finished any of them, you know.
As she stared at this newspaper, she noticed a wet spot starting to form in the center of it, like the paper was sitting on top of a liquid and it was starting to seep through. As she stared, her eyes began to water and then she began to cough. Her mother turned to see if her daughter was okay, but before she could offer the child any help or comfort, she too began to cough. And then, just a few feet away from them at the front of the car, Kyoka felt that sharp shooting pain in her chest and nearly fell over, and then she too started to cough. But despite all of the coughing, the train kept rumbling on, headed for Japan's government center, where 3 major subway lines all converged. And as commuters shuffled on and off of train A725K, they pushed the now soaking wet newspaper aside with the toes of their shoes. They also stepped in what looked like an oily residue around the wet newspapers, tracking it up and down the compartment and out onto the train platforms. When the train finally reached the government center and Kyoka got off along with most of the others, some of the passengers stayed on board to point out the wet newspapers to subway attendants on the platform, hoping they could come clean them up. After getting off of the train, Kyoka felt nauseous and rushed to the bathroom. Right before she walked into the women's room, she passed by 24-year-old subway attendant Masura Yuasa, who had just finished a 24-hour shift and was getting ready to go home. The pair didn't know each other and probably didn't even see each other when they passed, but before the day was over, they would be forever bound by tragedy. Masura really liked his job with the Tokyo Metro, and despite looking like he was still in high school, he actually had worked as a subway attendant for 7 years. As he passed by Kyoka, he heard people coughing on the platform, but it wasn't something that really registered to him. He was only thinking about going home and going to bed because he was exhausted from his overnight shift. As he moved along the platform, he saw his chief suddenly coming out of an office with a mop in his hand. And so, intrigued, Masura asked him, what's up with the mop? And his chief would tell him that there had been some sort of liquid spill on one of the trains, and whatever it was had apparently been tracked all over the train, and now it was out all over the station platform, and so he needed to go and clean it up. Masura didn't actually need to help him. His shift was over, but he told his chief that he'd go along and he'd help out. So Masura and his chief walked together down the platform, and as they walked, they both started to notice that just about every commuter they passed was coughing. But neither Masura nor his chief addressed it, they just kept on walking. Eventually, they saw 3 of their fellow subway attendants straight ahead, standing in the middle of the platform. 2 of the men were holding in their hands the wet newspapers that had been inside train A725K, and a 3rd man who was next to them was opening up a trash bag. And as the 2 men who were holding the newspaper were waiting for this bag to be opened, oily liquid seemed to be pouring off of the newspaper's edges onto the ground. And in fact, there was a long, oily trail on the ground from wherever these papers had been carried from all the way to that platform. And so as soon as Masura and the chief walked up in front of these 3, the chief noticed the huge oily puddle right underneath them, and he saw the trail, and so he got to work trying to mop up this oil all over the ground. And Masura, he didn't really have a job to do. He didn't have a mop, and he didn't have a bag or anything, so he just stood there watching. And as he stood there, it really started to sink in that virtually everyone on the platform now was violently coughing. And some people were even leaned up against the wall, vomiting. And so Masura was so confused by what he was seeing, but before he could even ask his coworkers what was going on, his throat started to tighten up. And then right as Masura began coughing, he saw one of his coworkers collapse. It was the older man named Mr. Takahashi. He was the one who had had the plastic bag, which was now full of the wet newspapers. And right as Mr. Takahashi fell, to Masura, it felt like all hell had suddenly broken loose. He and the others who were around Mr. Takahashi rushed over to him to see if they could help him, and right as they're standing over him, loosening his tie and asking him if he is okay, the alarm goes off and the call over the intercom to evacuate comes out. Masura was just in shock, and for a second he just stood there frozen. But then he shook himself out of it and he ran for a phone on the wall that the subway staff would use. And he pushed the button that would call to the office that was upstairs, and when somebody picked up on the other line, Masura had to yell because of the alarm and all the coughing people and people screaming and panicking all around him. And so Masura was able to yell out into the phone that someone needed to bring a stretcher down to the platform he was on for Mr. Takahashi, who has collapsed, and someone needs to call an ambulance for Mr. Takahashi. And so after Masura communicates this over the phone, he hangs up and he runs back over to the crowd of his coworkers and Mr. Takahashi. And then just a minute later, a subway attendant comes charging down the stairs. He's got a stretcher in hand, and he, along with Masura and the other coworkers, they put Mr. Takahashi on this stretcher and they lift him up and they begin carefully moving him through this very panicked throng of commuters trying to evacuate that are coughing and vomiting. And so as they're moving, Masura, who's holding onto the stretcher, he turns turns back and he yells at the man who had come down with the stretcher. He says to him, hey, you called the ambulance. Where are they going to meet us? Because upstairs, there were several exits out of Government Center. And so unless the ambulance knew where to pick them up, it would be nearly impossible to sync up with them. And so Masura's looking back at this coworker of his, waiting for an answer, but this coworker is staring at Masura with his eyes wide, totally glazed over. And then suddenly this guy just collapses to the ground. He lets go of the stretcher and falls to the ground and starts convulsing and shaking. And so Masura and the others put Mr. Takahashi down to deal with this new casualty. And as they did, Masura's chief, as well as the other two men who had been holding the newspapers, they begin to uncontrollably vomit. And so suddenly Masura is the only one who is not violently ill or in some way hurt. And so even though he had no idea what was going on, and it's absolute chaos all around him, he did know he had to act right now. And so he yelled at this group he was with, who probably didn't even hear him, that he was going to go upstairs, he was going to find this ambulance and figure out what exit they needed to bring Mr. Takahashi to. And then he turned and began trying to run
just a general
as
idea.
fast as he could, even though he was totally surrounded by panicked commuters trying to get out as well. But eventually he got to the top of the stairs, at which point he ran through the crowd toward the nearest doors that would bring him outside. And as soon as he pushed the doors open, he couldn't believe what he saw. There were people outside on the ground everywhere. People were coughing and vomiting, and you could hear sirens, ambulance sirens everywhere. But there was no ambulance outside waiting for Mr. Takahashi. And so he's thinking to himself, how is this ambulance not here? Where are these other ambulances going? What is going on? And so Masura couldn't help but think something really bad was happening across his city. And so he stood there for a minute wondering what he should do, and then he just decided, I have to go back down and just get Mr. Takahashi up here. We'll find the ambulance, but I gotta get him up here. And so even though he was starting to feel very sick, very nauseous, he turns and just charges back into the station. Below ground, Kyoka was coming to the same realization that something very bad must be happening to them. When she left the bathroom and began running up the stairs to the street after the alarm went off, she had looked behind her at some point, and through the sea of people, she could clearly see bodies lying on the ground, on the platform, and on the stairs. And as she ran, people to her left and to her right were crumpling to the ground, vomiting and convulsing. Finally, she managed to get upstairs and she ran toward the same exit doors that Masura had just gone through moments before her. And when she looked outside, her mind froze. The streets looked like a battlefield. People were violently convulsing on the sidewalk. There were people with spoons in their mouths, which she would later learn was to keep them from swallowing their tongues. She also saw men in business suits lying in flower beds, staring straight up into the
your
sky
mouth to
without
stop
thinking. One elderly man was foaming at the mouth.
swallowing your
As she
tongue?
stood there shocked, Masura, along with the other very sick subway attendants, they had rallied their strength and lifted Mr. Takahashi up on his stretcher, and they had brought him upstairs, and so they came barging out the doors right next to her, and then they placed Mr. Takahashi down kind of right in front of Kyoka. And Kyoka, she doesn't know who these people are, but she found herself just staring at them, and she watched as Masura ran up right next to Mr. Takahashi, and he was holding his hand, and he's kind of crying and trying to talk to Mr. Takahashi, and Masura is yelling out for someone to help him find an ambulance. And so Kyoka, she's kind of in shock and she's just staring at everything going on, not sure what to do. But then she kind of snaps out of it and she hears Masura and she decides, okay, I'm going to help him find an ambulance. And so she yells to Masura that she's going to go find his ambulance. And so she runs all the way down to the street, which was not far from the exit of the subway station. And when she was in the road, she heard the sirens everywhere. They were all over Tokyo, but there were none near them.
I was reading a message. What do you ask? No, I was listening to the podcast.
Out, and they had their cameras up and they're filming the exits of the subway
And they
station.
said they put spoons in their mouth to stop them from swallowing their tongues.
Situation, even though they really had no
I
idea
didn't know
what
you
was
can
going
do
on.
that.
And they said to Kyoka, what can we do? And she said, stay right there. You're going to drive someone to the hospital. And then Kyoka ran back to Masura and she got him and his co-workers to lift up Mr. Takahashi, and they went down to the news van and they loaded Mr. Takahashi into the back of the news van, and Kyoka would give Masura her handkerchief and she says, look, hang this out the window and wave it the whole time. They're going to drive you to the
Who
hospital.
even do that?
People will
I
see
don't
you
know.
doing that, and they will know it's an
I don't
emergency.
know.
So Masura thanked her, and he and all of his co-workers hopped in the van with the news crew and they headed off. Mr. Takahashi would unfortunately die before they reached the hospital. By now, it was obvious to basically everyone in Tokyo that something horrible had happened inside of the subway, but nobody knew what it was. However, when the truth was finally uncovered, people had a very hard time believing it. Earlier that morning, just before Dr. Hayashi got off of train A725K, he stood up in front of his seat and momentarily paused. As he stood there, he acted like he was patting his coat down one more time to make sure he had all of his belongings, but he wasn't really doing that. He was using that innocent-seeming gesture to shake loose a
never see someone really doing it. I've heard them talking about it. Oh,
that his driver had purchased.
I didn't know it was a thing at all.
And once it was loose, it fell from the inside of his jacket down onto the ground right next to Dr. Hayashi's right foot. And Dr. Hayashi, he acted like he didn't know he had just done that. He kind of ignored the newspaper on the ground. The only person on the train who seemed to be paying any attention to him was the little girl who was sitting in front of him. As he stood, Dr. Hayashi looked at her, but only for a moment before he looked away. Then he carefully, but forcefully, pushed the sharpened tip of his umbrella straight down into the newspaper that he had just dropped. He did this several times without looking down before finally hustling off the train. Wrapped up inside of the newspaper he dropped were two identical plastic packets that almost resembled dishwasher soap pods. Inside of these packets was a liquid form of one of the most deadly nerve toxins in the world, sarin gas. And when Dr. Hayashi jabbed his umbrella into the newspaper, he was attempting to puncture those packets because as soon as that liquid was exposed to the air, it would vaporize and become sarin gas. He was only able to puncture one of the two packets, but that was more than enough. Developed by the Nazis in 1937, sarin is among the most toxic of any known chemical warfare agent. Within seconds of exposure, sarin disrupts the normal activity of our neurotransmitters, basically sending our nervous system into overdrive. Your muscles start to convulse and twitch. Your normal bodily secretions go crazy, so you start to cough and you can't stop. Tears come pouring out of your eyes. Your pupils contract until they're like pinpoints. Your nose starts running. You drool and vomit. As neurotransmitters keep telling your nerves to go, 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 your bowels and bladder evacuate themselves. And because sarin has no taste or smell, the people near it in the Tokyo subway had absolutely no idea what was happening to them. Instead, they felt the stabbing pain as their chests tightened. They started to feel nauseous, their vision blurred. Depending on the purity and strength of the sarin gas and the type of exposure, those symptoms could intensify, progressing to convulsions, paralysis, and death within 1 to 10 minutes. After fleeing the train and making it back to street level, Dr. Hayashi quickly got into the waiting car with Nimi, his driver, and the pair started driving west. Their next destination was a large swath of desolate land located near the foot of Mount Fuji, an active volcano about 65 miles outside of Tokyo. As soon as the car broke free of Tokyo traffic, Nimi started to speed up. Soon they both had a clear view of Mount Fuji, its peak covered in snow, and then about an hour later, the men had arrived at their destination. They pulled up to a collection of run-down-looking buildings surrounded by a high chain-link fence. As soon as Nimi had parked the car inside of the compound, Dr. Hayashi opened the car door and walked toward one of these smaller buildings. Once inside, he walked straight through what looked like a waiting room to a back door. He took a deep breath and then he opened that door, and inside was this smaller office, and there were 8 men inside of it. Dr. Hayashi stepped inside with Nimi close behind him, and they took up their spot on the right side of the room, standing shoulder to shoulder with the other men, and just like everyone else, they waited in silence. A few minutes later, the door at the back of this inner office opened, and a 40-year-old man named Shoko Asahara came in. He was a stocky man with black hair down to his shoulders, and he had a black beard that reached halfway down his chest. When he stopped in front of Dr. Hayashi, Nimi, and the other 8 assembled men, he stared at them through his gray eyes. After a few tense moments, a man standing next to Dr. Hayashi nervously stepped forward, and he looked at Shoko, and he just said, "Mission accomplished." It would turn out Dr. Hayashi and every other person in that room and nearly 50,000 other people at the time were part of a doomsday cult called Aum Shinrikyo, which means Supreme Truth. and Shoko was their leader. Initially, Shoko had founded Om Shinrikyo to preach a mashup of Hinduism, Buddhism, meditation, and natural healing, and he was extremely good at recruiting people to join, attracting many members of Japan's super elite like Dr. Hayashi. And once people joined, it was like they fell under Shoko's spell. And soon they would become obsessed with him, doing things like drinking his bathwater to try to get closer to him, or wearing electrically charged hats they believed would synchronize their thoughts with his. And so when Shoko shifted gears and decided Aum Shinrikyo needed to focus less on spirituality and healing, and instead focus on starting World War III in order to cleanse the world, none of his extremely well-educated followers, like Dr. Hayashi, objected. Instead, they said, how can we help? And so, on March 20th, 1995, Dr. Hayashi, along with 4 other cult members that were in that room with him, carried sarin gas packets into the Tokyo subway and dropped and punctured them in strategic locations to ensure the gas spread as far as possible. And then afterwards, they ran back to the streets where their drivers were waiting to take them away. And all of the drivers were in this room as well. Shoko hoped this attack would somehow prompt World War III and collapse the Japanese government, but it didn't do that. However, it did kill 13 people and injured 5,000 people. Amazingly, this was not the first sarin gas attack carried out by this cult. A year earlier, Shoko had orchestrated another sarin attack on a quiet Japanese neighborhood that killed 8 people and injured more than 300, but at the time, no one knew the cult was responsible. On May 16, 1995, so nearly 1 month after the sarin attack in the Tokyo subway, authorities would figure out the previous attack was carried out by Shoko and his cult, and this one was carried out by them as well. And so they would track down and arrest Shoko Asahara. He was discovered in a secret compartment between the 2nd and 3rd floors of the Mount Fuji headquarters. He was dressed in purple robes and meditating at the time of his arrest. In the weeks, months, and years that followed, police would track down and charge 200 cult members in connection with the subway attack and in connection with other crimes and murders. Dr. Hayashi, whose sarin packets were directly responsible for 2 deaths, along with hundreds of injuries, cooperated with the police, giving up information about the cult. In exchange for this information, he was spared the death penalty and given life in prison. 123 cult members would be given the death penalty, including Dr. Hayashi's driver, Nimi, and the cult's leader, Shoko Asahara. Kyoka and Masura would both survive the Tokyo subway sarin gas attack. Masura would spend 3 days in the hospital, but after he was discharged, he would go right back to work. And Kyoka, she initially did not go to the hospital, sticking around to help people as much as she could, but later that day, she would get very, very sick, and she would stay that way for several weeks, but she would eventually make a full recovery. Thank you for listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast. If you enjoyed this episode and you haven't done this already, please take a picture of the 5-star review button's lawn ornaments, and then post that picture along with their street address on Craigslist with the caption, free. Also, please subscribe to the Mr. Ballin podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts.
Dango! Hello, Dango. Designs is difficult. How am I? I'm doing good. I'm drawing and streaming because everybody else is asleep. Basically the stream title, yeah. That's how you title streams, right? You was helping your stepmom, you're on vacation, your old state. Vacation! I hope you're having a nice time over there. Vacation's nice. Thank you, Syun, for the lurk. You flew out this morning, so you're kinda tired. Do you have a safe journey there? I was leaky. I was lucky no one sat next to you. Nice. That's always nice. You won't get disturbed. Just some boomer on her laptop. It was a very chill and only an hour 20 flight. I see. I almost read it as a 20-hour flight and I'm like, no, that doesn't make any sense. This is you traveling to the other part of the world or something. Closer to Singapore would be close to 20, 14 or 16 hours. You might have looked it up once just to see. It's very far. It's very far. It's okay, I've traveled to Europe before, I can do it. I don't think Europe is as far away as Singapore though. It's supposed to be... I was trying to go for a royalty design, but it does not look like a royalty whatsoever. It's fine. Everything is fine. My mom's not feeling too well. If you do what my dad did and do a bunch of flights with layovers is more, I think all hours included, was almost 24 hours. I wanted to die. Damn. Now I think one of the worst parts is you have to keep changing the airplanes, right? I took unpaid leave again because my mom's not feeling well, and she's still not feeling well. I think she came into my... She woke up and then she came into my room to take painkillers because I had painkillers on me. She came to take painkillers, I believe, at 1 or 2 a.m. It's not that early. So she came in just now again. I think she woke up because she was in too much pain. And she came to ask if she could take meds again, but painkillers, you have to wait at least 6 hours. So I told her that she can't take painkillers yet. She had body aches, yeah. She has a very huge problem apart from whatever else she's suffering from right now. She has this thing, other people's spine is like normal. Normally their spine is like something like this with a tiny curve, right? And this is their spine, their normal spine looking. Her spine is like here, and it bends in a lot. Her spine has a huge problem. Scoliosis, probably. So she has a huge bend in her spine, like right there. So she when she starts to have the body aches, it's very bad. But she's also, I don't know, too old to get it treated. I don't know. She needs either surgery or a brace. Yeah, I don't know if they actually have those here in Singapore. We've never really asked about it. A back brace. Never heard about it here in Singapore before. But yeah, so she has that problem, and her body's starting to ache. Apart from every other thing now. They don't have it? I don't know. Never seen anybody with it before, and I've never asked. Because recently she only went to ask the doctor about her increased heart rates and difficulty in breathing, but she had difficulty in breathing ever since she caught COVID, because she did catch COVID. So she had that ever since, her COVID was over. But the increased heart rate, I believe, is because she's having panic attacks. She doesn't have it diagnosed because she doesn't want to see the, psychologist, psychiatrist. I always mix the two of them up. Either of those doctors. She don't want to see those doctors. So she doesn't have her anxiety diagnosed, but she clearly has anxiety. So she has panic attacks sometimes. Psychologist, psychiatrist, either one. Either one. I don't know. You should ask about scoliosis. Scoliosis. I don't know, my tongue is getting tight again. I should probably ask for her the next time I go and see the doctor together with her. But she doesn't want to see psychiatrists or whatever for her mental things. So she's not diagnosed, and she's not taking meds for them. And she's just kind of dealing with it herself, which sometimes is not good to leave her alone at home for. Psychologist is a therapist and only talks about problems. A psychiatrist gives you meds for mental problems. Oh, okay. I always mix the two of them together. Like, I never remember which one is for which one. But she doesn't want to see either of them. She doesn't want to see a psychologist. She doesn't want to see a psychiatrist. She's like, if I see a psychologist, I have to talk about my things and it's too painful to talk about, so I don't want to see a psychologist. And then she's like, a psychiatrist just give you meds, right? I don't want to take more meds. I'm already taking a lot of meds, so she doesn't want to see those either. So I'm just like, alright then. Family problems, you know? It's nothing new. I don't know if it's available in Singapore. The psychologists and psychiatrists. We have psychiatrists for sure. I don't know if we have EMDR. What's EMDR? Using your brain to work in your favor for trauma. I don't know, I've never heard about that. We have psychologists here. Are you saying one away? Why are we still awake? I thought you went to sleep. I can't time. I thought you went to sleep. No. No to what? No to seeing one or no to being sleeping? If I want to be blunt, it's basically brainwashing your brain to be positive. You still know bad stuff happened, but it's like the trauma doesn't affect you as much anymore because of the treatment. I recommend it to everyone I can because it helped me so much, and even now I'm just like, I miss my old therapist. My last psychiatrist told me I didn't have PTSD, and my therapist said they were idiots. Gonna wait for Tats to come first and you sleep. Oh, I see. Up so late. Yeah. Sometimes when I don't how do you say this? You know, limited time, so sometimes I'm up late. Not good for my health, but I'm up late. It's nice cause I get to spend time with you guys. Usually you wake up real early to catch us or something. My friend went to one of the hospitals here for mental health, right? And when he told his doctor about his basically the things that caused him to have like mental issues, right? The doctor here told him like, oh, your problem isn't even that big of a deal for you to have depression, you know. I believe he said something along that line. So mental health here is you know. I hate that it's stigmatized. I probably read that wrong, but you know what? It's fine. But yeah, over here is not. It's basically non-existent. Yeah. Huh? You have depression? No way! No way! You don't. See, you're always laughing and all that. You're always laughing, you're always joking around, you're always in such a happy, jolly mood. You don't have depression. What are you talking about? Stop lying. Especially when it comes to Asian mindset. Yeah, just get over it. You're depressed? Just be happy. You're anxious? Just don't be anxious. Yes. You hate that. It's normal here though. It really is. Which is why a lot of the doctors aren't that great either. Maybe that's why my ex will never go to therapy. It could be. And there's a high chance it's probably because of that. You know. There's a high chance. It drove me nuts cause she had so much trauma. Her parents were what they called fresh off the boat from the Philippines and China. Oh. I think like I don't know. I think it's fine if you don't really wanna go to therapy but you're able to like deal with it yourself, you know, and not use okay, maybe not say not use, but more like don't cause the people around you thingies, brain stop functioning. Haha, don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. She wasn't dealing with it healthily. Okay, then she has a problem. Causing other people trauma and or abuse. Yeah. Don't use your trauma as an excuse to cause other people pain and all that jazz. it's fine if you don't want to see it. Like, I didn't seek help for my things for a very, very long time, because I basically had this ever since my dad passed away, and that's like when I was 10 years old or something. Primary 3 is 10 years old, right? It's probably 10 years old. I probably had this since I was 10 years old. And we didn't see anybody for it, like no therapy and all that, because by that point in time, my mom was also dealing too much with her mental stress and all that in the end, you know, we kind of just lived past it, and we just never seeked out therapy or anything like that, even though we should have. And then afterwards we just didn't have money, so I also wasn't willing to go to therapy last time. So not that I have gone to therapy now. They did set me up with a appointment, but when I searched up the place, right? When I searched up the place, it's basically a branch of the mental institution that I do not like here in Singapore. So I'm probably not gonna go to that one. I'm probably not gonna go, not gonna lie. I mean, it's literally the same, under the same name as the one that my friend went to, the one that you know, the doctor told him that his wasn't that big of a deal. Only when I tried to do the big old alternate effort, only then did I decide to seek help. I didn't even decide to seek help when I thought about that. I never did it, but I almost did twice. Once was when I was in secondary school, and then I think my mom figured out that I was acting like really weird, right? She figured out that I was acting really weird, and she came to talk to me. And basically the reason why I didn't do it back then was because she said like, what did she say? She said if I if I were gone, right? She said if I were gone, what would she and my brother do? So that was like, I basically stayed for them. And then the second time when it happens was when both me and her, our mental was not great, right? And we basically had a fight because she misunderstood me. And she tried to force her logic on me on something that she misunderstood me for, because we don't have great understandings of each other, not gonna lie. Okay, and then because she was also not in a good mental space, she basically said, well, she basically told me to die. So I almost did it because of that, because we were both not in a good mental space, right? And then she told me that, and I was like, but I stayed and suffered for so long for you and my brother, and then you come and tell me that. And then yeah, it kind of you know, created chain reactions inside of me, and I almost did it. But luckily, just nice, I think, while I was thinking about where and how, my best friend messaged me, and then I thought about not replying them, but in the end I replied them and then I talked to them about it, which is why nothing happened. So that was the only 2 times. And then I decided to seek help now because I can't function normally in the society, you know? Like, I can't even keep going to my current job, and all I wanna do is be normal and earn money, like normally, right? I wanna be normal and be able to go to work and earn money and basically just survive like other people would, you know? But it has gone to the point that I can't even really go to work. Sometimes it's my mental health, sometimes it's because I wanna... Well, actually most of the times it's because of my mental health. And sometimes it's because my mom's health and I wanna stay home and look after her even though I don't tell her about that, you know? But I don't know. I just wanna be normal, which is why I went to seek help, and I'm taking meds now. And the meds kinda work sometimes. I don't know if it always works, but I guess it kinda works. I don't know. I did but fail, so it acted as it's like some clarity thing. I still have my Panadol stash that I should actually get rid of. Why do you still have it? Why do you still have it? Why do you still have it? Get rid of them. You just started them? Yeah, I just started them. Sometimes, I don't know. Do you ever feel like... instead of depressed, like, instead of having depression, do you sometimes just feel like you're just a lazy fuck? That's why you don't wanna go to work and earn money and, like, I don't know. Cause that's what I feel like sometimes. In case, you know, no, get rid of them. Get rid of them. Antidepressants take a month or so to take full effect. I went from half a pill to a full pill now. It is past your bedtime, cat. You say you go to sleep at 6 AM. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. I constantly feel like a bum. I kind of feel like a bum right now. Now I know I need to find a job and make Mola support the bear. Yeah, I have to support the bear. I just wanna stay home all day to play games. I don't even feel like playing games sometimes. You know, it's the depression thing. Like, you just don't want to do anything. That's me a lot of times. If I have the motivation to play games, I'm just lazy. I don't know. I talk to this. That does not make any sense. I talked about this with my best friend too. I'm like constantly having a battle in my head. Like, am I truly depressed? Am I burnt out? Or am I just plain old lazy? Because I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm just lazy. I don't know. Syun, good morning. Good morning to you. It's 6:20 AM. You're up early. It could be a combo of all. I don't know. Like Ellen, cause I told this to Ellen, and Ellen is like, me too, oh my god. But he's still, you know, he's still going to continue working. I'm not. And I don't know. Sometimes I'm like constantly questioning myself. Are you depressed? Or are you just lazy to work? You don't want to go to work, so you're lazy. But if I compare the time when I was fine, right? Like I would have hated to step out of my house to go to work too, because I don't like to leave my house, but compared to the time when I'm not like this depressed, I was still able to like step out of the house easily, you know? Like you just prepare, take your things, and then you make sure you take all your things, and then you just leave the house even if you don't want to, which was me like back when I was fine. But now it's like I struggle to step out. Like I struggle to put things into my bag. I struggle to step outside of my house. I struggle, and then every time I'm on the way to go to work, I'm just like, I want to go home kind of thing. I don't know. Mine was burnout and depression that time. How do you differentiate though? They're so similar. I don't know, man. Mental health thing. I want to be healthy too. That's what I always tell my mom. I want to be healthy too. It's not like lying in bed all day makes me better either. It's like I can sleep. When I sleep and then I suddenly sleep a lot. Last week I kept sleeping, and while I'm sleeping it's like really comfy, right? Cause you're asleep, so it's really comfortable, right? Really comfortable when you're sleeping. But when you wake up from the sleep, the mood is like nada, gone, dissipated. And that's not a good cycle to have. That's not a good cycle to have at all. I have been telling myself go gym since I don't know May. Let's plan that East Coast Park thingy, you know. Let's plan that. Cause I know for a fact that I will not go to a gym even though I want to lose weight for my health, right? But I'm sure if it's to go to East Coast Park for walkies or riding bike, I'll be willing to. Not to the gym, but walkies, yes. Go walkies first. Yeah, go walkies first. And it's also nice to go out, I think. If I lived nearby, I'd be your gym buddy. Get me to exercise, Dango. I need to lose weight. And I'm not saying this like those skinny girls being like, I'm fat. No. I'm for real. I'm fat and I need to do this for my health. The last time I went to the doctors, I lost 2 kg though. Only 2, but it's a start, you know. I'm like I'm past the 100 kg mark and I need to lose my weight. I really do. I want to be healthy too. Maybe if I was, you know, healthier, if I'm healthier in my physical body, I could be healthier in my mental health too, right? We have to start somewhere. If my mental can't be healthy immediately, I could start by being healthy physically first. So I wanna exercise. You might see Ring Fit stream in the future, but there's probably not going to be any talking. I'm just gonna be panting non-stop. I plan to have a schedule when I leave my job, which is in 2 weeks time. In 2 weeks time I'll be done with my current job, and then I will try to start doing some exercising, which I know for a fact I won't be doing every day, but if I could do at least 2 days out of the week for a start, I think that would be better than nothing. Diet is a good part of losing weight. How much do you eat and what do you eat? Oh, it varies a lot. Recently my mom's been cooking, so I've just been eating her cooking. But there was a period of time when she wasn't cooking at all and is always eating outside food. And I kinda leech off of my brother, so whatever he eat, I ate. Which also meant that there's a lot of fast food, because that guy eats fast food like every day in the past. I swear to God. He ate, I think you guys have it too in America, right? Wingstop. He ate Wingstop. I ate it before too because he recommended it, right? Everything is so salty. Everything is so salty, and then it always came with a bottle of Coke. So that's both sodium and sugar all at once, right? And he kept eating it. He was addicted to it for a period of time. He kept eating it, and because of that, when he went to see the doctor, he has high blood pressure now, so he has to take meds for it at 28 years old. And I don't wanna get to that point. I don't have high blood pressure. I currently, as of now, I have low blood pressure. That's what the doctor told me. The 2 times I went to see him, he measured my blood pressure is usually in the good range. He always told me that my blood pressure is in the good range, and I even asked him, like, you mean good as in like for real is good, or is slightly on the high end? Because I wanted to know, because back at my previous job, when they measured my blood pressure, she said that it's slightly high, and my mom told me that's probably because of stress. That's probably because of stress, which is why my blood pressure was high when they measured it at my old job, which could be true because I left that job because it was causing me so much stress. But my current blood pressure is low. He always tell me it's kinda low, which I don't understand because I don't understand blood pressure. I never researched about blood pressure and all that, but he told me it's kind of low. And then he asked me like, do you feel dizzy? Things like that. And I'm like, no, I feel perfectly fine except for the fact that I feel depressed. Everything else, fine. So I don't know, but I still don't want to get high blood pressure. My mom did say that before she got her high blood pressure, she had I can't speak. She had low blood pressure for a while, which means it could be the same thing for me. So if I eat healthy, if I eat healthier and I wanna get my weight down too so that I can be healthier physically as well, then I have a lower chance of getting high blood pressure and everything else. I already have high cholesterol. I had high cholesterol since secondary school. I had high cholesterol for a long time now. I think eating healthier is the base to a healthier body. Yeah. Eat healthy. Eat healthy. It's easy to say. I like eating curry. I don't know if curry is healthy, but I like to eat curry. If I visit, well, eat lots of healthy food and go on walks. Sure. Curry ain't healthy, god damn it. But curry's so good. It's the opposite of health. Wait. What kind of curry are you talking about? Are you talking about the Singaporean type of curry that has a lot of coconut milk? Or you're talking about the other kinds of curry that has less coconut milk? Or you're talking about the type of curry that doesn't even have coconut milk? Because Singaporean curry has a lot of coconut milk, and that is not healthy. Coconut milk is not healthy. It's just coconut milk. But coconut milk good though, yeah, but not healthy. My curry, it's not my curry. My house curry, we do use coconut milk, but not that much. So it's still on the healthier side of curries, but not exactly extremely healthy, you know. I never made curry with coconut milk. Yeah, it's more of a Singaporean thing. It's more of a Singaporean Malaysian thing. Yeah. I made Japanese curry with tats yesterday. Oh boy, was it tasty. It turned out to be put in some potato starch mixed with water. Just added too much water, just add in potato starch with water. It'll thicken it up. Soup is good and healthy, yeah, but my mom can only make the same old soups. I want her to make an old soup that she used to make, which is, she called it the ABC soup because all it had in it was like veggies, and then quail eggs, and then some sliced lean pork because I like lean meat and not fatty meat, and then the macaronis that is in the ABC shape. Why don't you make it? Because she didn't teach me the recipe. What do you mean she called it ABC soup? It's supposed to be called ABC soup. I don't know. I never heard like anybody else from overseas call it ABC soup, okay? It's only here that people call it ABC soup, okay? You know, you don't hear people call it ABC soup overseas, okay? Wing it, that's what I do. That's what I do too. It's time to learn to cook. I know how to cook. Not a lot of things, but I know how to cook. Late night. Hello, Dusties. Wait. Have you slept? Or do you just wake up? Like, do you sleep at all? ABC soup is the tomato soup with ABC noodles. Well, mine is clear soup. I just awoke. Good morning, Dusties. Dusties. Okay, when I visit, we are going to have cooking with Peppo. I'm not super good at cooking. I cook together with my mom since I was a kid, but Asian cooking is basically without measuring, right? And because there's no measurings, Yahoo! I don't know how to cook what she cooked because there's no measurings. Yahoo! Thank you for following Luan Oki. Oki. I make a ton of Asian food because it's my favorite. I just love curry. Yahoo! I just love curry. What? Yahoo! Thank you for the follow. Rate 110. Slept at 3 AM earlier. 3 hours of sleep. This child. I'm in Hantu. Good morning. It's okay, we'll cook together, it'll be great. I don't know, you might see me mess up a lot of things. Surprisingly, I'm not the one who is the worst at cooking in like back in what? The class that you have to cook in, F&B. Is that the class? F&N, food and nutrition. That's what it is. F&B is food and beverages. F&N, food and nutrition. I wasn't the worst in that class. I can cook, I just can't really cook too many things. Hello, Red. I'll cut the stuff you all need. Dusties, Dusties, cook. How am I? I'm doing good. How are you? I'm good at that at the least. I am not going to lie. I'm not really good at cutting things. I'm not really good at cutting things, especially like raw meat. I have trouble cutting raw meat. Raw meat is difficult to cut. It could just be because my house knives is not sharp at all, so I have a lot of trouble cutting the meat. But you know, the meat never wants to be cut. I need to sharpen the knives in my house, but I don't know how to sharpen knives, and the knives in my house is never sharp. Never sharp. I got to take a cooking class, but a lot of places in America doesn't have it anymore. Oh. Meat, fish and stuff give me. We have the chopper. Chop. Just now, me and Ted's with knives and peeler was just fear. Why? With peeler, why? We will sharpen them. Together we can do everything. You can show me. Whetstone? I have one whetstone that my mom uses to sharpen the knives, and she does it like haphazardly because she doesn't know how to use it, neither do I. But she uses it to sharpen the knives. But she told me that the reason why she doesn't sharpen the knife to be sharp okay, in her words, is because if it's too sharp, it will cut her. Which in turn, I look at her and then I'm like, Mom, do you know that because your knives are not sharp, you use more force to cut the things that you're cutting? Which means if you're going to accidentally chop yourself, you'll be using more force and you would hurt yourself more. But she's like not going to make it too sharp anyway because she's anxious about it. So cause the peeler I had, she told me once upon a time she sliced her finger using it. Well, I sliced myself using peelers before too, but that's like a one-time thing. I just take all the knives one day and sharpen all of them. Sharper knives are safer. Yeah, that's what I told her. Get your own sharp knives, then you... Dango, do you think I go out and shop? do you think I go out? It's time to go out and shop then. No, I don't like shopping. I'll rent a car and take me out shopping. I don't have a car license either. I'll give you a knife. I've had a good track record so far with sharp things. I actually asked my mom, like, I asked my mom whether if she had any new knives, you know, and the reason why I asked her that is because our knives are over 20 years old. Okay, so I was like, do we have like any other knives in our house? You know, cause our knives are 20 years old. My phone is ringing. I mean, my alarm is ringing. Where's my phone? Oh, there it is. Quiet. Okay. Apparently, we had new knives in our house. We just never took them out to use them. We just never took them out and used them. We have a whole car and license here. Oh, have you drove in Singapore? I mean, Dango has never been to Singapore before. California is very busy there. Is it back there? Won't be able to tell. I don't think Dusty will be able to tell either. Dusty is from Malaysia. Sea driving. Sea driving. Southeast Asia driving. I've driven a boat before too. Wow. Singapore driving greater than Malaysia? Why? Malaysia driving is... I had like... My relatives had like this broken ass car that they used to drive in Malaysia. It was not a good experience. Bless, thank you. Bless you, that was normal? No. It's only because it's on stream, okay? I sneeze like an uncle also on stream, like, watch you. when you're on stream, you have to sneeze cute. When you're off stream, you can sneeze like an uncle. Achoo! Achoo! Traffic-wise, Malaysia have to see state one. People from Johor cannot drive for shit. I don't know. I don't really know that many people who drive. I can only assume the only difference is 1 manual and 2 everything is opposite sides than America. Right. Right, there's the opposite sides thingy. Which I know how to drive a manual and I can drive on the other side. Well, you'll be fine then. I'm sure you can get used to it. Singapore drivers drive worse in Malaysia. Something about Malaysia makes y'all drive crazier. You know what? It's probably because it's like less regulated and they just don't care. Also, like I saw this one TikTok, right? I saw this one TikTok about how I'm not even drawing anymore, but I saw this one TikTok about how this Singaporean, right, went to Malaysia in their fancy ass car, and then when they got out of the shopping mall and they went to their car, all their wheels are stolen. And I'm just like, bitch, do you not know? That's why they tell you when you go to Malaysia, just wear casual clothes, no branded stuff whatsoever, because you become a target. I would target you too. Dumbasses. We drive on the right side, so I'm assuming it's the left there, right? I think so? I think so. We are on the left. I think so. You can't take my words for shit, but I think so. Luckily, I don't wear branded anything. The more expensive the car, the safer you are, cause they target common cars. What? Yeah. Well, I don't know about cars, so I can't say for shit. I just know that if, like, in the past when my mom bring me to Malaysia because she's Malaysian, she always tell me to wear casual clothes so that you look like you're from Malaysia as well and they don't target you. They can't find buyer for the parts, no point. No, but they only got their wheels stolen. So they definitely can find a buyer for the wheels. It's not like their whole car got stolen, it's just the wheels. How do you look like you're from Malaysia? The same as from Singapore. You wear t-shirt and jeans. You just wear t-shirt and jeans. Easy. Easy. It's not Malaysian specific. It's not. It's basically just dressing casual. It really is just dressing casual. You don't wear like fancy dresses and things like that, and you'll be fine. So you just wear like everyday wear. Because I don't know, some people like to dress fancy when they go out and then they go to Malaysia and then they get robbed. It's weird something. The only Malaysian specific thing about me is that I crosswalk on the road with no fear. Wow. jaywalking is illegal here in Singapore, sir? Question, yes. Dress modestly is a good rule of thumb. Yeah. Wherever you go, you should just dress modestly. Unless if you're going to a wedding, you know, party, you know, then you have no choice. If I dressed alternative in my fishnet jeans and platform shoes, would I get robbed? In Malaysia? I don't know. But you're Caucasian. I mean, in Singapore, you won't get robbed. I don't think. It's pretty damn safe here. Not jaywalking, I follow the rules. But you say you walk on the road with no fear. You cross the road with no fear. I'm very white, yes. In Malaysia, it's safe. Have you guys heard about the stories? Have you heard about the stories where there's been a lot more human trafficking nowadays? Malaysia is safer than you think, not gonna lie. I used to be Malaysian too, bro. Relax. I know what Malaysia is like. Human trafficking has gotten real bad. I just don't like JB, I don't know why. Why? JB's fine. I say that, but I only go to like literally the store that's right outside the custom. I'd say I know more. Yeah, Dusty's would know more. Because Dusty's Malaysian. I get nervous cause I am conventionally attractive. My only one-up is I look like a 12-year-old boy. What do you mean? You're handsome, okay? You don't look like a young kid. Don't worry. I don't like JB either. Why? What's wrong with JB? I can never remember the name of my mom's kampong. I always mix up my mom's kampong name with Sarawak, which is definitely not her kampong. Her kampong is someplace else. Oh my god, I cannot for the love of God remember where her kampong is. Tell that everyone who smams me what? My toxic ex. Why you spell toxic that way? Cause she toss you away, right? Hugh has history, yeah, Hugh has history. JB is a place in... Yeah, it's a state in Malaysia. It's Johor Bahru. Tell that to everyone who mams me. No, I tossed her away. As you should. As you should. Why stay with the toxic? If they're making your life miserable, then there's no point in staying with them. I'm learning so much about Singapore and Malaysia being friends with y'all. When you come to Singapore, you're gonna hear a lot of people speaking in Singlish. Kinda like how, you know, Hugh speaks. That's the only person so far that I can think of that's here right now. that speaks Singlish a lot of the times. If you come here, stay close, I'll protect you. I will want that protection, thank you very much. It's okay, you can just translate for me. No, I'm pretty sure you understand what they're talking about. It's understandable broken English. That's what I will call it as. So you'll still be able to understand. It's just Singlish. If you can understand how Hugh speaks, you can understand Singlish. He speaks so much Singlish when he plays, like he streams his games and all that. I am a broken person, so I speak broken English, lies and deceit. My issue is accents. If it's too thick, I can't understand sometimes, especially because I have an audio processing disorder. I see. It's fine, it's fine. Most of their accents isn't that... Well, actually I can't say because I'm from here, so the accents wouldn't be that bad to me. I try to speak in like proper English, not because not because I wanna be like wow, my English is so good. No. It's first of all, it's because I never learned the way to speak Singlish. Second of all, it's because there was a period of time where it's not even like it's not even like I spoke Singlish or anything. It's more of the way that I typed was very Singlish, and when I looked back at it, I cringed so hard that I decided that no, I have to use proper English, which is why I started to both type in proper English as well as speak proper English, because if I'm gonna do one, I might as well do both, you know? All of your accents are very noticeable. Yeah, because you know, you're from a different country, which is why to you our accent is very noticeable. You see me on stream, it's not that bad. You meet me in person, GG. I have no accent. You don't have an accent to yourself because that's how you speak. You've gotten used to your own accent. Everybody else will think that you probably have an accent. I don't think that you have an accent because I am also from Southeast Asia, so to me, you don't have an accent. I lived in Malaysia and actually so I kind of mix the way of speaking. Yeah, you don't speak proper English. You and Shiki I can understand fine. Hugh is a little hard at times. I think Say speaks proper English most of the times. Just sometimes she'll speak a little bit of Singlish. But I think Say usually speak proper English, which is probably why you're okay. Broken. Ray just came here to say broken. Broken. I can't understand myself sometimes. I can't understand Hugh sometimes too. When he used too much of the Singlish, I can't understand either. Listen, I am Singaporean. I'm Singaporean, but I have a hard time understanding Singlish sometimes, okay? I'm not surrounded by people who use Singlish, okay? How was D&D? D&D got cancelled. D&D got cancelled. My brain processes like 2 times faster. I can't word myself sometimes, so all the mixed up rubbish come out. When I don't know how to describe something, I always say, you know, the thing, that thing, the thing, that thing. By Twitter, no, Dusty, no. He's not, the dungeon master was not feeling well. Oh, I stutter. I think it's fine to stutter, right? I think it's cause you guys enunciate your words more is all. Do we? Probably. After all, it's all taught by the teachers anyway, and we didn't, well, at least I didn't have any Caucasian teachers that taught me English. It was all Asians, so we all learned from them how we speak like them, and now we're all like them. yeah, that thing, this thing, you know that thing, do you know that thing, that thing. I'll make all of you try your best American accents when I visit. I think you won't be able to get me to do any accents at all, because I suck at learning accents. The only accent I can do is in Mandarin. I can speak like I'm from China, and it's not like in a racist way or anything. It's because in the past, my primary school and secondary school was full of people from China, and I had a lot of China friends, and they kind of rubbed off on me. So when I speak Chinese, if I really wanted to, I can make myself sound like I'm from their country. Because when I speak to them, I speak like I'm from their country. But that's like after years. Like a chameleon. Getting boba, okay. I went to Malaysia. Because Malaysian Chinese, I should say Mandarin Chinese dialect. Okay, Malaysia's Mandarin and Singapore's Mandarin is a little bit different too, in the way that they pronounce the words and all that. So I had to go to a church camp in Malaysia before, and it was for 1 month. And after 1 month, I came back, same as usual. The accent didn't rub off of me, but my brother, who also went to the same camp as me, when he came back, he was speaking like a Malaysian. I looked at him and I was like, dude, you only spent 1 month there. You only spent 1 month there. He got converted, yeah. The funniest thing to me is he's not the fastest to get converted in my family. The fastest to get converted in my family is my mom, because the moment he came back and he started speaking with the Malaysian accent, she immediately got converted into using the Malaysian accent. I mean, she's from Malaysia, so I guess it makes sense, but like... That's funny. One day we'll exchange till there's no difference anymore. No. The thing is with Mandarin, right? Somehow the Malaysian accent of pronouncing Mandarin words is a little bit different. It's a little bit different. I mean, technically your mom grew up there, right? So it's natural. But she used to have like a more Taiwanese accent. So it might be natural, but but she immediately converted from her normal way of speaking into that Malaysian tone, and I was just like, Jesus Christ. Now I'm stuck with two people speaking with the Malaysian accent right here, right now. She also got her... Well, you know, she grew up in Malaysia, but when she speaks, she doesn't really have the Malaysia accent. I don't know. She doesn't have the Malaysian accent with her Mandarin. Sometimes my mom forgets that she can speak Malay. You know, like there was this one time I was together with her and we met one of our neighbors that we know, right, who's Malay, and this dear neighbor was trying to converse with her, and both of them, right, the neighbor is better at English. My mom's English is not great at all, so they were kind of having trouble conversing and all that. I didn't want to cut into their conversation because, you know, I don't really care for their conversations to begin with, and cutting in is kind of a rude thing to do. So I just didn't say anything while I stand by the side. I wasn't listening to their conversations either. I just know that they were both conversing in English, and all I was thinking while I was standing there is like, why don't they just speak Malay to each other? Why do they have to suffer so much? They could just speak Malay to each other. And then after they finished conversing, right? When we walk into the elevator, I turned to my mom and I was like, why didn't you just speak to them in Malay? And then she looked at me and she was like, I forgot I knew Malay. She forgot she knew Malay. I was just like, what the? What the? How do you forget that you know Malay? Can you just casually forget that you know a certain language? That's the first time I've heard of it. I forgot I knew Malay. Funny. I have a question. So in Malaysia, the language is Malay. Is there a specific language Singapore uses? I'm a bit ignorant with it. I think in Malaysia, the main language is Malay, unless if you go to like the special school. Like international school uses English. English school uses English. Chinese school uses Chinese. But if you go to the government school, it's most of the studies is in Malay the last time I heard about it. Right? In Singapore, Malay is Singapore's national language, but we learn everything in English. And then we have a language called mother tongue, which in the past they make us learn our mother tongue. So if you're Malay, you learn Malay. If you're Chinese, you learn Mandarin. But I think in recent years, it has come to the point that the government is like, for the mother tongue class, it doesn't matter which language you want to take anymore. As long as you learn another language, so that you at least know you're at least bilingual, right? The government has stated recently that as long as you're bilingual, doesn't matter your race, whatever is the second language you want to learn, go ahead and learn that. That's what they said, because there's too many I hate to say this, but there's too many Chinese people who don't know Mandarin here in Singapore. And I think the government is like, okay, so the Chinese people doesn't like to learn Mandarin, so there's no point forcing it. So you can learn whatever language you want for your second language. Doesn't matter. You just have to learn a second language. Hey, that's me. Yeah, you're one of them. It's kind of nice, to be honest. I wish the United States made everyone learn a second language. I want to learn Japanese better. I'm so bad at Japanese. I also have nobody to talk to Japanese to, and then when you don't use, you don't improve. And I'm a weeb. I want to know Japanese. Ray Ray. Hey, I didn't know Ray Ray's last time, okay? I don't know Ray Ray last time, okay? I want to learn Malay too. I want to learn Malay. I don't really care about dialects though. Like Hokkien, Cantonese, all that. I don't care about that. Now you do? I don't speak to him offline. I want to learn Korean, Japanese, and Spanish, I think. Let's learn Japanese together then. We can do study lessons. My Malay is same like my Chinese. I can understand but can't speak. Do you know idioms? Do you understand idioms? The last time I used a Chinese idiom, all my friends didn't understand the Chinese idiom. Maybe American Sign Language. Sign Language seems cool. I want to learn that too. It's 7. Yeah, it sure is 7. I've been talking non-stop and I've not drawn a single thing. Some? What do you mean some? What do you mean some? I just like being able to talk in silence. I think it would be nice if I can talk to... you know, the people who is hard of hearing. We got a day off. I'm taking another day of unpaid leave because my mom's not feeling that well. She's sleeping now though. Some Chinese idioms I know. Like what? Like what, sir? Like what? No one knows what I would say, which is nice too. I see. But what are you gonna do if you're the only one who knows a sign language? That too. I think it's nice if I could speak to people who is hard of hearing without forcing them to like put on their hearing aids or anything. Oh, you want me to type? Type 汉语拼音啦. Got that difficult or not? I think even my pinyin gone case. Listen, if you can type out just aga lah. Can understand. Should be able to understand. What was the slang again? The slang? Sui? I think we should know. Agak tu aje? I don't understand what that means. I can't remember. I don't know slang. What is slang? Oh, wrong. You just said it, the aga aga. is in American. My favorite is 救牛一毛. 救牛一毛? 救牛一毛? What? I can't think of any Chinese idiom that is 救牛一毛. Nine cows and one strand of cow. 九牛一毛. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I don't know what it means. You, explain it. It's your favorite. 九牛一毛. Indicate something that's so small that it's like one strand of cow hair among 9 cows. I did feel very helpful with that one game with a bunch of English slang you didn't get though. The one game with a bunch of English slang? I don't remember shit. It was what is it? Some psycho girl who killed people with one on the website. Oh! Corpse Factory! I finished the game offline. You want my honest review of that game? You want my honest review of that game? Not good. Don't like the game. Yeah, don't like the game. Art? Pretty. Damn pretty. Game? Nah. Game is a no. What was bad about it? Whatchamacallit? The story is boring. The characters unlikable. Story is boring. I care for none of the characters. Writing meh. Yeah, writing meh. The plot twist? Boring. You haven't played it? I recently picked up AI Somnium Files. I haven't played it yet. I haven't played a lot of games that's in my game library. When everyone is an asshole or weirdo, you can't seem to like them. Go figure. Yeah, I don't like any of them. Also, I can't really call it. It's not a game. I know visual novels are not meant to be game, you know, like it's a visual novel, what do you expect? But no. When the choices just makes it so that you're friends or not friends with some other character in the game, that's a no. No. Useless. Bad. No like. Don't like it. It's like stupid funny. It made me laugh so much. It's ridiculous. Nice. Useless. Useless. Don't like it. If you play it, you should play it on stream because I want to see your reaction. Maybe it can be a future thing since I'm gonna be real free real soon. I can't sleep now. Oh no. This is all your fault. What do you mean? It's not my fault, okay? It's not my fault. My body is hot now, I can't sleep. Turn on the aircon. Turn on the aircon. Boosties. Damn you aircon owners. No aircon. Take a cold shower really fast. There was this one time I took a cold shower. Well, I always take cold showers. So there was this one time I showered and then I came out of the shower, I dried myself off, put on my clothes, walked to my bedroom, I perspired. I hate the heat. I really hate the heat. I wonder if my mom is still sleeping. I don't want to go and disturb her. I'll just get cool another way. There's another way to get cool. Are you just gonna sit in front of your fan? What does that even mean? What does what mean? What are you confused about? I thought I heard some sound. I'll be right back. Let me just go check on my mom. thought I heard sounds, but my mom's still asleep. Oh, she's good if she's asleep, cause she's in pain. Every bedroom in the house has an aircon, all except mine. Why? Discrimination. Why is yours the only one without aircon? Electricity? Are they not using the same main system for the aircon? It's the same? Then it doesn't matter. That's not electricity. The electricity is when the main thing gets turned on. If it's using the same main thing, then it's the same electricity. Bill-wise, yeah. The doodle looks ugly to me. Enlighten me? Enlighten you about the bills? Basically, once the main system is turned on, right, your electricity bills remains the same, whether it's 1 aircon, 2 aircon, or 3 aircon. Because the main system is the one that eats up the electricity. Maybe their house can't handle that many aircons. Sometimes the electricity trips if it goes past a certain wattage. Makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't like the doodle I'm doing, so I'm gonna do the doodle another day. I think my motivation to draw has just gone. Disappeared. Our electric bill fluctuates, so I don't think we have the same system. That would make sense. Like my relative's house in Malaysia, like each air conditioner has their own system. It also makes it so that doesn't spoil as fast because it's all separate. But it also means that if you turn them on, the electricity bills go up. Let's find something else to do. I'm probably going to be up a bit more because I need to contact my HR people about my applying of leaves, because I can't apply for leaves again. It's a pain in the ass. Really a pain in the ass. I need them to approve my leave so that I can apply for leaves. So I need to do that, and they won't be around until 9:30, I think. I have to wait till at least 9:30. Contact them. Why am I awake at this time? Help. I don't know, Doosties. I don't know. Why do you wake up after like only 3 hours of sleep? Why? Huh? Why? What shall we do in the meantime? I've been running on 3 to 5 hours this past week. Why? Why are you doing this to yourself? Why do this? Why? I could sleep more. I could have slept so much more. I thought I heard somebody walking around, and I'm not sure if it's my mom. But when I check on her just now, she's asleep. Probably not her then. My body just wakes up. I've been sleeping like mad recently. Not a good thing. I'm a new Canadian viewer. Hello Nariko, welcome to the stream. Sorry, we're not doing art right now. I'm trying to decide on what else to do right now. I wanna play... Do I really wanna play? I don't know. Maybe I don't wanna play. Maybe I don't do anything. Just don't do anything. I should have switched to the screen some time ago. Change to... Can't type. There you go. Hi, new Canadian viewer. How's goes it in good old Canada? 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 Not Canada, Canada. Do I have the sound on in this? No, I do not. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, blame Da-chan. What did Da-chan do? What did Da-chan do? Study in Canada. Is that what Da-chan said? Study in Canada. Let's go with that. What even? What even? Oh yes, fluctuating CPU usage. Very nice. Fireworks. Baby, you're a firework. Happy New Year! This is 25th of August. I need to stay awake for a while more. I don't know what to do. Actually, don't know what to do. I at least managed to get some art done. Is it really some art done? I don't think it's some art done. I don't even think it considers as some art done. I just drew a tiny itsy bit. It's some definition of some. So it counts. Does it really? Does it really? I wanted to finish up the reactive images that I plan to do for some friends too. But in the end, I give up. Oh. If you drew a line, it counts. Wow. next time if my doctor asks me, so do you do any drawing recently, I'm just gonna be like, I drew a line. I did. I drew a line. I drew one line. Just one. Just one. I keep hearing sounds, but I keep thinking that my mom is asleep because the last time I checked she is. It might be my brother. Yeah, I did a line, doc. Wait, no. If you say it that way, it sounds like you took drugs. Yeah, doc, I took the line, doc. I did the line. A line of drugs. Drugs. This sounds like you took drugs. Drugs bad. Don't take drugs. Drugs no good. Just one line, not big deal. My room is still okay. Trying to decide if I want or slash have anything to do. Answer is no. I don't have anything to do. Sit here and stare until like 9:30. Message the HR. Hope for the HR to reply me. And then go sleep. Maybe. And then work on Friday. And then 1 more week of work. It's hard to find things to do. Yeah. It's easy to let my brain be empty. No, it's easy. Lag. Look at all my models. Hey, it's agent. Wow. The model is not at the right spot. We are cursed by choice. Hi, agent. Hydrate, posture check, and stretch. Let me drink water. Good morning, agent. You know what? I prefer to use Hershey scooter. Priorities. It's autumn, agent. What? No. No. There you go. What? To really do something. Why stay streaming if I'm not gonna do anything? It's autumn, finally cool weather. We suffer no longer. I wanna enjoy other seasons too. You don't, we still do. Yeah, I wanna enjoy other seasons too. No other seasons here in Singapore. I don't want Canadian winter though. Why? Is it too cold? Your birthday month is 3 months from now? What's 3 months from now? November? You know what? When you can't think of anything, it didn't come. The scandals going on with Myth Flow Agency is holding our debut until the scandals disappear. The scandals? Agency VTubers have tough life. My. My oh my. Didn't come. Best game audio. Okay. With myths specifically, huh? I don't know. I don't catch up with them enough to know about their scandals. In the meantime, I'm testing myself how long I can stream in a single setting. You can test yourself on that. But YouTube has the you can only stream for less than 12 hours on YouTube. That's what I know. Unless if you start a new one after 12 hours. I just watch the short. I watch the short sometimes. I don't really watch a lot of streams nowadays. I watch my friends. I stalk my friends. Blue moon butterfly. I just stalk my friends. Friends streaming is more important. 4 to 6 hours, eh? 4 to 6 hours pretty good. Set 4 as max. Oh, more furniture, okay. Oh fuck, I don't wanna. Oh, menu. I have 5 hearts. I don't need to do shit for you anymore. Another blue moon butterfly, okay. Wait a moment. I didn't change the game. Didn't come. There we go. Don't be like us and go above. You know, that's the it's the other agency, Niji-sanji. It's the other agency, but Salome only streams for 1.5 hours each time, and because she's so interesting, she already has like 1.5 million subscribers, I think. This didn't come. Yes, didn't come. A witch indeed. Hello, Hamizan. Chinkins. We just woke up. Good morning. Hello, Grandpa. A cooked prime meat. Okay. How about you? Sure. Nice. Picket gate. I already know this. Do I know this? I already know this. A cooked apple. Sure. I have cooked apple. A whisk, that's a furniture that I can give to Floor. There. Clover. Okay, and then I need a cooked frying meat. This one. Oh, blue moon butterfly. Oh my god. Okay. Full chest. What's the prime meat? Living. That's a big ass butterfly. Dink. Oh. Wait a minute. This is not supposed to be here. Yeah, the chimkin doesn't want to eat. You're a blue moon butterfly. No, you're not. You're Elias, whatever. Don't know how to pronounce your name. This is a lot of letters to get through. Bye bye, Hamizan. Thank you for dropping by. Pumpkin. Thanks, Granny. Ooh. 100% yes. You are also not what I need. Okay. Very windy today. Oh, but you also don't look like what I need. Catch it. You're not what I need. You are what I need. Blue moon butterfly. That's one. I need another one. You. Okay. What else? Nope. Nothing else. Who was the one who wanted? Alright. Oh. Restaurant. Ding. Cut her. Spin. And they make you select your hair this way. Why you owing me? What? Better eat the breakfast. Is that important? Maybe later. Just gotta wait until 9:30, you know. Maybe later. Just two of them. Whoa. Come here. Ow. Okay. Good. Oh. Oh. Draw my thing. Watching. Oh, there's one over there. Ew. AM. Soon I can message them soon. Okay, now I need to look for one more sacrifice. Oh, crocodile. Come here, crocodile. You are my last sacrifice. Come here. Yeah. Okay, all done. Poor croc. What do you mean? It's perfectly fine. You send them off to be researched. It's perfectly fine. Let's go back there. Wrong direction. It could be turned into a croc. Sir, I think that's a different material. It should be turned into a leather handbag. I don't know. Crocodile skin handbag. Leave my day away. I want to do that real life too. Sure, I'm sleeping. Do say hi to me when I'm sleeping. Weirdo. I wanted to play until the time is up, but you know what? I'm just gonna stare blankly into space until 9:30 comes. That's what I'm gonna do. Is your bed really in the open? No. My bed is in my house. I have one in the open because there's too many. So I just have one in the open. Okay. I'm just gonna end stream now. Thanks for joining. I went from drawing to nothing, so thanks for chatting with me while I was here. Bye bye. Eat breakfast. No promises. No promises. I'm gonna go check up on my mom and all that. Alright, bye bye. Have a good day, y'all. Bye bye.